country first. Yes, we have to demonstrate that Grenada is for all of us. As a two-party state, we must be ever conscious that we do not disintegrate and plunge we country into chaos, no. Take a look at world news and see what's going on in Aleppo. So although we have different views, we don't want violence, no. So let us play our part to maintain harmony and tranquility. Because the peace we have, we can let no one come and take it from we. Everyone have an equal place. It doesn't matter religion, class or race. Thank God, thank God, thank God for love and understanding.
Number one, soca music. Soca music, soca music.
You want to leave and go Canada, boys? What's wrong with you? Don't let them tell you nothing, boy. They have plenty people discourage you, but you're born here. Don't bother with them. Plenty people have big eyes and big ears, but nothing in between. So don't let them give you a hard time, boy. Stay. This land nice. Home is where you hang your hat. Home is where you live. And what you do is what must judge by. So don't let them give you a hard time, boy. You never wake up in the morning and see a bird singing on your window, Or going down by the beach to swim, Or put on an old shoe and go on strolling across the savannah. Ain't that nice, boy? Ain't that nice? And when you leave home and you're going outside in the morning, boy, ain't things nice, Matty calling you, the neighbors calling you. All the dogs in the area know you. Little children saying, morning, Mr. Thomas, how you do? The postman know you, the policeman know you, the judge know you, a poor ass man like you, not a cent in your pocket. Everybody know you, They know your name, your family, your whole generation, boy. You is part of the place, you is part of the place. Why you want to leave, When you're waiting on taxi, plenty people that wave, give you, and they don't even know you, And sometimes you doesn't even have to wait on the taxi, you just get dropped. And when you take the taxi and you're a little bit short, and the taxi man does let you drive for free, well, you hear that could happen in Canada, or America, or England. No, sir, boy, them is sketch-ass place. You better stay right here, boy. Sit down and take a drink, you hear? We been up there. And when we reach up there, we thought it was a big thing, hitting it up in the white man country. Never mind some of them coming back here saying how things cool. It's cold, they mean, some of them tail freezing off. And if you see where they're living, and you want to go up there, boy, no, sir. It's not till we come back. You have to go and turn and come back to really appreciate. And then you could really know what your country means to you. It's only then you just really appreciate what liming with the boys mean. It's only then you just really appreciate.
Well done now, this is simple then. Big enough DJ Soca-holic, you don't know. Baddest and the maddest Soca DJ from all about. Go!
Listen, I am making fun. And this time I am speaking in tongues. Oy, 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 oy. Since I was a baby, I was such a test. When me mother named me, it wasn't my guess. Naturally she saw that I'd be a warrior. So she named me after a Roman emperor. That's why I'm fighting Gaisonians, I'm fighting the press, I'm fighting trade unions, I'm fighting with zest. Tell them I am the boss here in this country. My name is Gladius. Touch me, you will see. If you're bad, put up a rock. Tell them to leave me alone. If you're bad, put up a rock. Because I ain't so hard like a stone. If you're bad, put up a rock. Any one of them who threaten this throne. If you're bad, put up a rock. Tell them I say babe and bone. Oy, 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 oy. Oy, 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 oy. Me chip on the shoulder since I quit the school. If they call you Chester, you just play the fool. Since I'm 79. A lot of them feel they have bad mind. All of that is fine. Just don't cross the line. I'm fighting with scholars. I'm fighting with priests. I'm fighting with teachers. I'm fighting with geese. Tell them I am fighting boss. Me name is Claudius. Trust me, you will see. If you bad, put up a rock. Tell them please don't get me mad. If you bad, put up a rock. Cause I just like passing in Trinidad. If you bad, put up a rock. Anytime at all I get in a rage. If you bad, put up a rock. I'm beating a lion inside a cage. Tell them that I struggle. Why tell them I'm better than being late? Tell them I am making fun. And I'm better than Ariel Sharon. Oh yo yo, oh yo yo yo. Oh yo yo, oh yo yo yo. Tell them put it in the sky. You I want to identify. Tell them I'm the man in charge. And I ain't taking no sabotage. If they only touch me at all, they run got to hold a belly and ball. Tell them I ain't give a damn. I tell them I was an Taliban.
Mami oh mama, myself flavors kana. Mami oh mama, flavors of winner in one jar. Myself flavor. Best I say, the best I say, the best I say. Island taste and spices. Best I say, the best I say, the best I say. Garlic oil and vegan pesto. I telling you that's the way to go. Hot sauce on the green seasoning. Flavor that will have you balling. Strictly organic, so it's healthy. That will make your food so tasty. Vitamin, calcium and iron. #1 seasoning on the island. Spice oil flavors. Please contact us at 347.
Well. A pleasant good night to my compadres, my patriots, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petty Martinique. Welcome. Texman Warren, welcome to Gemfm Talking Point. Tonight, we are here to continue from this morning with I haven't seen my other counter friend, my anti-independent friend, Delbert Batty's not here yet. I know he's coming. Hudson George will be joining us shortly.
Finally.
Yes. And a number of other persons will be joining. So, tonight, we are in for a treat. And you see on my left side here, you're right, is the 4 different flags that Grenada have. The biggest one, the earlier ones, the immediate ones. How many people knew that this was our flags before independent?
No.
See? So class is open. Get the notebook out. These are our flags.
That's St. Vincent and England flags.
No. That's your Grenada flag right there. See? That's the part of the history you got to get. Now, from 1875 to 1903, the first flag. From 1903 to 1967, the second flag. And 1967 to 1974, that was the Grenada flag. Now, the difference with that and St. Vincent, it was considered one piece, one country. Yes, it was sort of, and Union Island, I think it was part of, correct me if I'm wrong here, but part of Grenada. So they had this one flag, and then on the
Union Island was what?
Yes, belonging to Grenada too. So they changed that and they put a nutmeg inside of it. After the, I can't remember the treaty right now, I shall look it up today. The treaty that changed all of that. This was signed in Canada many years there before. So then when we got independence in 1974, to present, we have this nice flag. That nice flag was designed in Grenada for Grenada by Grenadian. Yes, with this big star in the center and the six other stars represent the parishes. Yes, so we have this flag. That's what we presently have. So, ladies and gentlemen,
We have 6 parishes or 7 parishes.
seven parishes
And one without a
in
tongue.
Grenada, and one with a tongue. But
Yeah.
you know what I thought should have been done, because the 6 that only represent Grenada mainland, not Carriacou and Petite Martinique. So in essence, we should have 2 more stars. Yes, yeah, 2 more stars. But nevertheless, we all Grenadians. So before I officially start this show, I normally would I will start with this one from Ajamu. This song, A Prayer for Grenada. Here it is.
But I am a prayer for me country. I want to say a prayer to the Lord for my nation. I want to say a prayer for all them politicians. I want to beg the master to brighten their vision. Give them the inspiration to look beyond the horizon. Too long we living in bitterness and hate. Now the time is right for us to renew our faith. I'm sick and tired of all the confusion. The bickering been going on much too long. So as we move to the new century, Father, hear my plea. Hey, Father, I pray for the PM to find solution for we problems. Oh, Father, I pray for every minister to see eye to eye with each other. Oh, Father, I pray for progress. I pray for stability. I pray for happiness. And a whole lot of love in my country. Father, I pray for the police. Please inspire them to keep the peace. Oh, Father. I pray for the judge and the jury and those who begging for their mercy. Oh, Father. I pray and I pray. I pray for the good and the bad man. I pray and I pray. I pray for the whole of the nation. Father, hear my prayer. A prayer for my country.
I pray for my country. And the man Edson Mitchell, the Ajamo.
Oh, I say a prayer. Living conditions sometimes is so unbearable. It's very hard for the youth to stay out of trouble. Some of them went to school and they graduate with their degree, but they still cannot find nothing to do in this country. That's bad. I'm sure you know that this old saying is true. The devil always have plenty work for those who idle. So they turn to drug, alcohol, and recklessness, and creating terror for those who make progress. So before another one die, Father, hear my cry. Hey, Father, I pray for the children. Please don't let the devil control them. Oh, Father. I pray for the misguided youth man walking wrong with dangerous weapon. Oh, Father. I pray for common sense. I pray for tranquility. I pray for intelligence. And a whole lot of peace in my country. Father, I pray for the woman who give herself to prostitution. Oh, Father. I pray for the lovely young lady who raised no child without daddy. Oh, Father. I pray and I pray. I pray for the con and the drug man.
I pray and I pray. I pray for the nation. Well, Delbert, good night, my brother, comrade. Now, this morning I had 2 people on this show. Okay, I didn't call nobody name. Okay, There was two people on the show with me this morning. A CIA agent, times two counter-revolutionaries, two anti-independent people. Who I have them again? I had, well, nobody celebration, no independence celebration. Do not wear the color of the flag. I still am red. Tex get a bit of transformation today. After she left, she had a revelation. She had a piece of red on her and a piece of green tonight. I think I see like a dash of yellow with the saffron on her there. All right. So she's kind of leaving Delbert alone. Delbert in his full ceremonial black and gray. The morning Grenada tonight. So we're gonna see what happens. Still, I'm looking all executive Gary like. I think he's a Gary too. Still, well. So I have a song that I want to play. Good night, Sonia Raymond Nelson. Good night to you. My big sister Sherry out there in Montreal. Doris Morin. Gary Longdon. How you doing? Is this Lobster? I hope this is the right person now, Gary Longdon. I know. We went to school together. Thank you very much for showing up here. And, well, got a lot of people out there, but Jeremiah was on. So, ladies and gentlemen, in for a nice show. We got some more people to come on. I'm going to keep it nice, folks. We're talking about Sky Red, independence, and the future of Green. Where do we go from here? There's a song somewhere. Where do we go from here? But it's not a Green and sing that song. But before we go tonight, I want to play that other song from Grenada last night, the Calypso, the reigning monarch, independent monarch, Sour Serpent, and he had a song called Spread It. Keep on spreading, right? We will talk about that. This song, keep spreading. But before we do that, I want to let you know tonight that this show is brought to you by none other than this new venture in Grenada, in Grenville, on Ben Jones Street. Don't forget to go get your little cookies and stuff. It's from Cookies Pastry Delight. Right in the heart of Grenville. In the former Big Ben's bakery area. Right there. Alright? Alright. John color is not yellow. Okay. Margaret, you're supposed to be on the show. What are you doing out there? Come on, Margaret. Come on in. I need you inside here, Margaret. I need somebody with me, Margaret.
Margaret, please come on and answer
Margaret is a neutral candidate, okay? So I could deal with Margaret. Is a neutral person. The color is not yellow, it's gold. Yes. Right.
Hallelujah.
And see, that's why I like Margaret here. She always keep you in check. You know what I mean?
So that's the colors that I have on tonight.
You have the red, you have the gold, and she has some green there. All right, what is not anything. He's not jewel. He's not.
Listen.
I'm
on Talbot's side, okay?
I don't have no red, yellow, or green clothes. I'm sorry.
I think you have. He's outstanding.
I do have red. I do have red. But no, I can't. I really
Margaret,
can't.
But is in his Uncle Gary's outfit. Nice.
Exactly. I'm remaining classic colonial tonight.
You see that's what I'm telling you. The brother is well colonial tonight, folks.
Yeah. Uncle would be proud of me right about now.
And you're going to speak some Grenadian French, English Creole tonight. Yeah. We're going to do the French and English Creole talk tonight. I think since St. George's people have a French.
Well, if you have to get Creole talk, you got to get Hudson on. Because
he'll be coming.
I actually don't know how to. I'm not very good at the Creole thing because it was heavily discouraged around my household. So
right. Well, tonight when Hudson come on, we're gonna have this conversation about this Creole tongue and country, French speaking Creole. English.
But I've been in this mini debate with our good friend, good brother, really good brother. I think he's an amazing person. Brother Nelson from the Tivoli area.
Oh, okay.
And yeah. And I don't know, there's this nostalgia for Gary every time independence come around. And while I recognize Gary's contribution to Grenada, all right, we tend to forget the things that Gary did.
Well, independence, we don't look at the bad thing, we look at the good things he did. That's what we do.
Yeah, but we have to tell the story in totality. So when somebody tell me Gary was the only leader in Grenada that he was Afrocentric and he was the only person who didn't kowtow to any other system. Gary had an association with the dreaded murderer of Santiago, Augusto Pinochet. So don't come and talk to me about that. I know my history.
There's somebody who put some.
You have to understand that Gary gave out a lot of toys around Christmas time. So, so when
there were things
nice about him.
There were things that he did that I wish would come back now. I like the idea of Expo 69, even though if Expo 69 was not really Gary thing, because Gary could not organize Expo 69 because Grenada was not an independent country at the time.
Right.
That was pushed on us by our.
Was a marketing thing to promote Grenada, you know?
Yeah.
Grenada promotion.
But one of the things that I really liked that he did was Easter Water Parade. I loved the Easter Water Parade.
That was a wonderful thing. I've been to that with my dad too. The Paradise Estate had a booth in close. The booth was close down to where Rudolph Restaurant was in the corner down there. That's where that booth was. Down there. That's where the Paradise Estate booth was. So I was down there. Easter Water Parade. I enjoyed that. However, there's a conversation that Hudson George was engaging in with the same Gary conversation was spoken of in that thing. But nevertheless, I want to say here that tonight we would be continue our conversation from this morning. So before we go any further, I want to play this song, the independent song tonight. Good night, Sonia, Madeline Scott. I want to play that song. And again, remember that this show is brought to you by none other than Cookies Pastry Delight in Grenville, St. Andrews, right in the corner of Ben Jordan Street, right there. Yes, opposite the digital phone company, downstairs of Miss Andrews' residence, right there. Everybody know Big Ben in Grenville? That's where it is, so you can't miss that. Well, I'm going to play this song for you tonight.
Good night, National Stadium. We're going to continue to spread. George's good night. I know we love to spread propaganda. Yes, and close by the river. So when COVID hit, we spread it like shit. People falling like moths with COVID blood clot. And when the numbers hit red, they say we should stop the spread. But I say no way, never know how. We should never stop spreading now. So come let we spread positive vibe in Grenada. Tell ourselves we will only succeed together. Come let we spread the value of civic awareness. So this nation's interest will be all of us business. And come let we spread all aspects of our culture. So our children won't think they're from America. Come let we spread peace, love and unity. So we could work together for one country. And while we sharing and spreading, this nation will be healing, overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihoods and the future of my country. Then we shouldn't have to worry with no blood clotting oneses. Good vibes we spreading, and if we only stick to this plan, no blood clot can stop this nation. Let it spread like a good hit song. No blood clot can stop this nation. Spread it like style and fashion. No blood clot can stop this nation. Go find a dread. That's the kind of spread we need to spread. All the must agree with that. We have to spread good vibes, man. That's the talent. spread spice in this sun. Green clove, support to cinnamon. We like to spread waste all over the place. Everywhere we walk, we spreading old talk. I believe this spreading thing comes from deep within. So that dumb statement we must resent. That is we natural talent. So come let me spread the value of social planning. So we could work morning, noontime and evening. Come let me spread a culture of eating local. So come go and fly, won't have no food at all. Come let me spread every vegetation building. So every day this country would be growing. Come let we spread idle hands over idle lands. So we embalm for tourist footprint on our sands. And while we spreading and sharing, this nation should be healing, overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihoods and the future of my country. Then we shouldn't have to worry with the blood clotting ones. Good vibes we spreading, and if we only stick to this plan, no blood clot can stop this nation. Let it spread like watermelon. No blood clot can stop this nation. Use your ginger and saffron. No blood clot can stop this nation. Go find a dread. That's the kind of spread we need to spread. Give me some music, man. I know we love to spread colors down here. Same time and every year. We spread paint on walls, big stones and murals. Some people get annoyed, but that's something we can't avoid. Don't bother with what people say. Spreading is with DNA. So if you say stop, please hush your mouth. Spreading that go bail us out. So come let me spread the importance of families. So this country will have stronger communities. Come let me spread state resources equitably. So nobody will be left out in this country. Come let me spread this thing called patriotism. So we'll be stronger whenever the next thing comes. Come let we spread our hands in the air and pray and thank the Master for having us here today. And while we sharing and spreading, this nation will be healing, overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihoods and the future of my country. Then we shouldn't have to worry with your blood clotting ones. Good vibes we spreading. And if we only stick to this plan, no blood clot can stop this nation. Let it spread like a good hit song. No blood clot can stop this nation. Forget them politicians. No blood clot can stop this nation. Go find a trade. That is the kind of spread we need to spread. Thank you.
That's the kind of spread we need to spread, eh? Yeah, that was man Sour Serpent. Yeah, he goes by the name Sour Serpent. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say it again. I just love this piece. That is the reigning, the new Calypso Monarch. Yeah, Independence Calypso Monarch. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, for Greater Kaiku and Peter Martinic. That's the brother Sour Serpent. Then, what do you think about this song? It's a good piece of nice rendition.
Unfortunately, I'm not a big Calypso guy, but I do like Calypso.
Hold on.
I'm not.
Yeah, but
what do you
want cultural capital.
Yeah.
You have a scholar.
No, when I say that, well, okay, so let me explain let me explain why I mean by that. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not a big calypso guy. What I'm saying is that I have not followed that part of our culture as aggressively as I should. But I like calypso that has a socially redeeming value. Okay.
Yes, Bishop. Yes, Bishop.
And he obviously had a good message in the song there. I don't think he can sing though, unfortunately. he wrote a good song, but he can't sing, you know. So what can I say?
I give him a Dolly Parton over with Houston.
But it was a good message. The thing is that I kind of get tired of the calypso because all of them have the same three keys: B flat, G flat, and F flat. You know, so I need more than that. You know,
but the message was good.
The message was good, definitely.
So Margaret, he said the message.
If the accent me is a waste of time, so just pass it.
Texas was off than me, so I'm okay.
Texas just
I actually know the Calypsonians. Texas don't even know any one of them. So.
Hey,
I'm up the ladder a little bit from her.
Okay, all right.
Where's Margaret? To be on my side.
Margaret, Margaret is listening keenly.
No, we're in the same boat, Tex. We're in the same boat.
Thank God.
Margaret, I send you an invitation, Margaret. It's in your messenger box. The link to come on in. However, today we started with the Eric Gary speech. For those who didn't hear it today, I want to play it again into your hearing. So we're currently talking about that because I want to talk about the way forward. I mean, after 50 years, the only real transformation, real change that took place in Grenada was that 4.5 years between them. But let us leave up the 4.5 years. Huh? Let's leave up the 4.5 years between them. But let's just go back to Mr. Eric Matthew Gary. I want to play this speech for those who didn't hear it this morning. And those who think, what is this guy talking about Gary? So what about the revolution? We're not talking about the revolution. We're talking about Gary and what he has done and where are we going right now? I mean, we have a government that hasn't given us a development agenda for the last 10 years. Yeah, and that party been power for the longest period of time. There are things happening, but besides that, we want to talk about the way forward. And independence, what happened before independence, Sky Red, what happened. I heard some people say today, and I hope I could pull up some of the conversation, just pushing a little bit of it into the conversation. It's important for this conversation as well. And I want to invite one of the guys who made some comments that support Delbert's notion.
My theory.
Yeah, your theory on Gary. He had shared the same sentiments that you shared today. And it's interesting that he was not in our conversation today.
Okay.
But he echoed your sentiments.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I love the brother. I love the brother already.
And I wish I could have gotten him to come on here tonight because it made a lot of sense. And Hudson George, as usual, came in, and dropped some lyrics inside of that. Then Fred Parker picked it up.
Okay.
I was just watching the conversation unfold, and there's a lot of stuff was being said, in that thing this evening. It was fiery, but it was good conversation. Nobody was cussed off nobody on this one. Nobody called nobody names and that. It was nice. And I trying to see where Hudson George was replying to it, and the brother keep coming back at Hudson and Hudson going back and forth. Good conversation. And then you had the brother Small Axe who want to change his name to Mitchell too.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I saw that conversation, but I mean, listen, when it comes to sort of deeper analysis of those historical things, Hudson is on point with these things,
Yes.
That when we
give him that.
He gets in trouble when he tries to infuse his personal position into the politics.
Yes.
But for history and the culture and how our people live and the interaction with the villages and where things in what part of Grenada you originated and where it's still, there's probably few people in Grenada outside of him and Wendell the Riggs that understands and knows that better, you know.
Right. I think I have that song here. I hope I can play it so you guys can hear it. Let me read that other song before I go to Gary's stuff.
Choice. Want to change my name to Michelle.
I'm talking about Easter.
Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Small ass, now is Michelle. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Them Michelle's really doing well. My Mr. X until he retire. I jam over several crowns in the match gra. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. I jam is a Michelle. If you would have survived Franca and Nas, I'll give me Richie, put him on pause. Not hard to tell. Deacon is a Michelle. I want to be real hot like Jonah and have a young chick in Victoria. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Jonah is a Michelle.
That's a good one.
Imagine you start to do well, and people start to call you Mistress Michelle. Our status in life start to grow, like it and the can we become hero. So sweetheart, honey, I beg you don't cry, and let your rosy wipe the chest from your eye. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. My wife now is Michelle. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Both of us really doing well. They say Patrick and Dwight, Fred, Cassandra, so from beyond the headlines it keeping far. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Cassandra is a Michelle. A Michelle woman, the bushy husband, and then they chase him from Mount Helicon. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. That bitch was a Michelle. I want to be brave now like Odinga, and credit some nutmeg from Grenada. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Odinga is a Michelle. Pam 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 pam. Whensoever I pass it through town, call me Smalax and knocking you down. I want to be like Cedric Mitchell. I want to own a big pharmacy as well. I want to be like his brother Cecil and be in charge of the PCR deal. Oh, like Dexter, I want to stand tall and who's a Grenada invitational. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Dexter is a Michelle. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. With Rampwood Radio, he doing well. Grenade your job, don't fret, Corona. He said that a judge got the answer. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Dr. George is a Michelle. I want to be a MC like Senator. In every show I go in a blah blah. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Senator is a Michelle. I want to promote restoration like Norris in the Willie Redhead Foundation. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Norris is a Michelle. KB call me with a concern. TGM can walk, but we want to run. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Where is a Michelle? Smaller will never attack Dr. Keith. The 90 million I want so many. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Dr. Keith is a Michelle. NDC convention lock out Nazim to make it easy for Deacon to win. Oh gosh, not hard to tell. Deacon is a Michelle. Oh gosh, not hard to tell.
Well.
That's a great road match song, man. That would win road match.
that is our piece of humor for tonight. Right?
That's a good one. Smolax really did well there.
Yeah, Smart did well there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to order here, and I wanted to play. We're talking about independence. Sky Red, independence. Where do we go from here? That's our main thing tonight. I just want to put up some humor inside there with the Mitchell stories. Yes, and I think he called my good friend Cassandra's name. So you better be careful. I'm bad for Cassandra. Okay, so be careful you address Cassandra in this thing. However, Cassandra having everybody on the toes too. So she's a good Mitchell. So tonight, we're going to continue our conversation from this morning with my two opponents to independence that would not celebrate with me our independence, but they're here, and we're going to keep them on the toes. And Miss Sister Margaret out there, who have a balanced approach to everything. I really appreciate
I may have a surprise for you.
Really? All right. We'll take our surprise too. I could handle surprise. I know if Uncle Gary's son over there could take surprises, but we'll do with that. You know? So, again, I want to remind you that the show is brought to you by Cookies Pastry Delights in Grenville. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to Uncle Gary. And I hope his son does behave tonight and just listen to his father's speech. Yeah? So, as we... Uncle Gary's speech tonight. We won't do the whole thing. We just partial part where the enemies of progress and his favorite line. I love the favorite line. And anybody tonight, Sister text from the choir, the Eastern choir, she doesn't like the fact that we're saying the holy wreath in the Garden of Eden. That's what great is named as by Uncle Gary. So in this speech, okay, so let us go. Stop it right at the Holy Grail. However, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our. But before I say it, Delbert thought that Uncle Gary was distracted by the presence of the young Bernard Code, Maurice Whiteman, and the crew in the presentation for independence. Understanding, I don't know why he would be intimidated, anyways. Because he traveled with them to England in 1973-74 for the independence and the constitution and stuff. But the fact that Bernard Code dropped a bomb on him with his plans to make himself prime minister for life, like Pinochet mentioned earlier, the piece of document was slipped into the know by Nicodemus by night, visited Bernard Code and handed him the document. So, so Gary was hitting, got an uppercut he didn't expect on his way to England. That was a blow he got. He couldn't handle it. And then this young guy is 19, 25 years old, was there in his face, you know, and he had to deliver the speech and mention the enemies of progress. So listen to the speech tonight. Here he comes, Uncle Gary, tonight. Here he is. Who is this lady? How come she here?
Hails from Shanty Mel.
No, wrong piece. Where's my lady? Uh-oh. Where's Uncle Gary piece, my brother? What? Here we go. Here's Uncle Gary.
Mr. Speaker, very, very distinguished friends of Grenada, because man must essentially pay homage to God the Creator, I am craving your indulgence at this point in time to ask everyone to rise and join me in praying from the Holy Scriptures, Psalm Thanksgiving Psalm 117. Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations. Praise all ye people. For his merciful kindness is great toward us, and the truth of the Lord endureth forever. Praise ye the Lord. Thank you. Today is the red letter day for Grenada. For indeed, in the entire history of our country, there has been no event, neither could there be in the future any event to parallel the importance, to parallel the significance of this morning's event. And I feel a especially deep and profound sense of gratification in the privilege and the honor bestowed upon me this morning in receiving these veritable documents signed and sealed and delivered for and on behalf of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. I feel a sense of gratification indeed, having been appointed
Candy Stone?
by the great supreme architect of the universe to be the one upon whose shoulders the responsibilities contained in these documents must in great measures rest. This morning, we have with us so many distinguished friends, and I call you friends with the deepest sense of seriousness and meaningfulness. We're very happy that you've come to witness this historic event. And I know that lots of you have come, ladies and gentlemen, not without some concern in coming, because for some reason or the other, my country has been receiving some of the most vicious attacks by the various communication media. But I am glad that you have made it possible to come and to see for yourselves and to enjoy for yourselves the warmth of friendship of the people of this country. What has happened here this morning has made me feel confident to face the future with fortitude, with strength, and with hopefulness. The measure taken by the British government and Her Majesty the Queen have brought to us great joy and happiness. And I take pleasure in recording grateful thankfulness to Her Majesty for giving her assent to the necessary bills, and indeed to the members of Parliament, both in the House of Representatives, the House of Commons, and in the House of Lords. The enemies of progress of this country have worked hard, assiduously hard. The voice of the large but silent majority has spoken. Grenada is now facing a new era. My people have been aroused.
So, 1 minute, Mr. Just 1 second, Mr. Mayor. The Honorable Prime Minister may continue.
Grenada has been aroused to a sense of responsibility, and both government and people have decided, have pledged unreservedly, unflinchingly to accept the challenge, to accept the task that lies before us. Certainly, as all can see, the circumstances under which we have emerged, the circumstances under which we have attained, the circumstances under which we have conquered, have been stringently loaded against us. We therefore need your friendship. And I am particularly pleased to note that the British Commonwealth of Nations have accepted the application of Grenada to join the Commonwealth, and I understand that our application was unanimously accepted. It is also very gratifying indeed to have received from prime ministers and presidents personal messages to me as the head of government coming from various heads. I am thrilled by the message delivered here this morning and coming from the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Personal messages have come to me bearing the signature of presidents and prime ministers, perhaps too many to mention here this morning. And I don't know that I can tax my brain to remember them all, but I was thrilled also when I received a message coming from the President of the United States, Mr. Nixon. A message coming from the Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Gandhi. A message coming from Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Trudeau. A personal message coming from the President of Venezuela, Dr. Caldero. It means that Grenada is certainly befriended by nations and peoples, large and small. I would consider myself failing in duty if I did not add some modicum of quota to what the leader of the House and the leader of the Senate have already expressed in terms of congratulation to His Excellency the Governor. And my quota must include the fact that I happen to know that His Excellency the Governor General has been awarded by Her Majesty the Queen the knighthood of the KCM. This, I understand, would be gazetted tomorrow in London. And so, Sir Leo de Gale, Governor General of Grenada, my heartiest congratulations. President, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to give any lengthy address here this morning, but I must say, for my visitors, my friends particularly, that in spite of the fact that there has been some measure of unrest in our country, the government and the people that we represent are smiling. We are happy people. We are happy because we recognize God's endowment to us. We recognize the natural beauty, the picturesqueness, the scenic beauty of our country. And sometimes we are tempted to feel that this is the part referred to in the Holy Writ as the Garden of Eden. We are smiling also not because we have in hand much in material, much in natural resources, but also because we know that your friendship will be meaningful. Man is afraid to unlock the door of himself. Man is the greatest thing that God has created in this earth plane. Once we put our hearts and heads and hands together and invoke the assistance of the great Almighty God, nothing is impossible. It might be fitting at this moment to read again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, perhaps for the sake of the record, and perhaps to emphasize the need for all to take heed, part of what I said earlier today on the occasion of the flag-raising ceremony. And now I crave your indulgence. I said, among other things, earlier today, immeasurable damage has been done to our dear land and people by the enemies of progress. Peaceful, loyal citizens and residents have been made to face great inconveniences. The enemies of progress have done more damage to Grenada than Hurricane Janet. The tourist industry has been virtually crippled. Hotel owners, hotel workers, taxi drivers, vendors, farmers, nutmeg producers have all suffered considerably. Trade unions have called illegal strikes. Businessmen and women have defied the laws of the land. Several of the people have committed breaches of the law. However, now should not be the time for recriminations and reprisals, but rather now is the time for goodwill. Now is the time for unity. Now is the time for reconstruction. And so I now appeal to all Grenada in its totality to join her heads, hearts and hands in unity to repair the damage done and to build the Grenada for ourselves and for posterity. I invite all opposition factions to let me hear from them as soon as possible regarding the reaction to my appeal.
Well. Good night again. And that was our dear Uncle Gary. Yes. I know there is some enemies of progress among us that cause great divides, great problems. The nutmeg farmers, the hotel workers and hotel owners, taxi association. But my favorite line of all of those is the enemy of progress.
Yeah, while he was talking about that, he was pilfering the Nutmeg Association. He was pilfering the Cocoa Association. He was sending men to train to torture people in Chile and on all these places. And then he talking. I'm always worried about political leaders who tell you about. In the beginning of the speech, he said that God had anointed him to lead Grenada to independence. Come on, give me a break.
Hold on right there, because that's the part where the Nicodemus came by night. Yes. And give the NGM sort of more or less board code the information, the document that Gary had undercover to go to England to insert into. Well, a surprise. It will be a surprise for them when they get there. They couldn't have done anything about it when they got there. So when I got the visitation, he was the representative going to England, and he got that piece of information from one of the Gary's top ministers. And that person gave him information, so he had enough information to kind of hit Gary an uppercut in that thing to make himself prime minister for life. That was about it. But the speech in general. So I have Dennis Chaz is watching, and I know he should have come in on the show. And still the invitation is still open. I think I sent him the link anyways. So Dennis is coming. But tonight. That was Gary's independence speech, and he gave another speech earlier on at the flag raising ceremony, which he mentioned the same thing 1974 crisis. Now we have gone from sky red to independence, and for the last 40 years or so, we've been struggling to make economic gains, under these governments that came, and Grenada still not quantum. We have not really taken off. We're on the tarmac. Yeah? We have gone down the runway. Yes? But we haven't economically taken off and leveled off in the way we would like to see it happening.
So 48 years after independence, the tongue of Sotez is worse off. The tongue of Victoria is worse off. The tongue of Grenville is worse off. Yeah. The tongue of Guave is worse off. All right. We have nothing in St. David's. My favorite, my second favorite place in Grenada. The hospitals are in the same or worse position.
Yes.
Missed opportunities in education, missed opportunities in healthcare. We have an exploding epidemic with diabetes and cancer and all this stuff. We have missed opportunities to advance agriculture, move from almost 30% of the economy to down to about 6% of the economy. We barely could feed ourselves. Is that what independence means?
Well, mind you, Gary, up to Gary and 1983, the agricultural sector was in good shape. Yes? It was going good.
The agricultural sector was in good shape because the plantocracy was still in place.
Yeah, but so my point is, after 1983, to these, if we have 40, forget if the other 40, all the way from 83 go back. What happened then? Where are we going now? What do we have to show to the Ghanaian people? Where are we taking the Ghanaian people right now? Where is the way forward? What's the new line of march for us to go forward?
That is my question. What has independence, so-called independence, meant to our people? What has he brought us? We have an exploding national debt.
Unemployment
That the
of
prime
50%.
minister that is so burdensome on the Ghanaian people that the current prime minister, is afraid to tell people how much we actually owe in foreign debt. Our reserves has been significantly depleted. You know, we don't produce the quality of cocoa that we did anymore. We don't produce nutmeg. The banana industry has been left to decay. What has independence meant for us? We are an inverted country. More Grenadians live outside of Grenada than live on the island.
Yes. Yes, that's true. That's true.
What has independence meant for us?
Well, is it economic independence or political independence? There's a difference.
But we have, I would argue that we have none.
So we don't have economic independence.
We certainly don't have economic independence.
So
For a small country like Grenada to have economic independence, it is extremely difficult, probably impossible. But we could strive for greater self-reliance, you know. For one, we ought to be able to feed ourselves.
So let me plug something there. Despite, unless we try to leave off all the negativity from every government there, right? Up to 1983, we had a higher employment rate than any government to date. Yeah? We had more jobs created. So call it what you want. PRA employment, youth involvement in community work, women's movement, community work. All this stuff is going on. Cooperative was at its highest level in Grenada, and we have almost have a non-existent cooperative sector in Grenada. All right, they get rid of NAGDA when they came into power. Yes, and they have a cooperative department that was dysfunctional thereafter. I could tell that because I was the president of the Grenada Union Cooperative. They dismantled that department. It was just there in name, but nothing happening. It was Art who was really spearheading and nurturing the cooperative department through our organization called GUPC, Greater Union Cooperative, of which I was the president of that. Right? So that was there. But all of the progress and employment have risen to that level from unemployment rate of what was 28% to down to 14% or whatever there. But we had the airport under construction and many other things, right? But let me also plug something in.
John,
hold on. Let me plug a positive for Gary there. In Gary's final years, under his leadership, we had 5 junior secondary schools. And I give credit to that because I'm a product of that school. My drafting skills, my woodworking skills, my science skills, my human skills, all that was part of my... Hold on. All that was part, and not only St. Andrews Junior Secondary School, you have Waltham, you had Booker Secondary School, Happy Secondary School, and so on. These schools of food, that's the most equipped schools in Grenada, where I was donated, built by the Canadian government for the government of Grenada. Give Gary that. He is seek to have education on a higher level for Grenadians. Give him that. That happened. Yeah?
But was that his doing, or was just that the Canadians? Because the Canadians had a long history.
Let's give him that credit. It was under his direction. Like the PRG got the airport, and the agro industries assistance for the airport from foreign governments too. So let the leadership there was good. What we want to say to this government not running, what have they done? Who have put in, apart from the fish market thing in St. George's there, and the so-called Brickwater project in South, which is a disaster. Yeah? Really? What have they done?
Grenville floods on half an inch of rain.
Okay. So what have they done to really, I mean, you can talk about scholarship. PRG gave 150 scholarship and continue doing that. So this scholarship is not a new thing. It's an ongoing program. So what have they done really? What have they done? And we're still going to go down another 5 years with that again. Where do we go from here?
I know exactly what they have done different.
Hey, you're gay right now. I don't trust you. But
I'm talking about this government versus Gary. The food hamper with the prime minister sits in the box.
Interestingly, Texman Warren, she lives in the town of St. George's. Yes, Delbert is from Chantimel.
Yes, yes.
These two people,
The
folks,
proud village of Chantimel.
these two people this morning almost run me off the show, 2 against 1. They don't support independence. They don't believe in independence. They don't believe in the Constitution. These two people was giving me licks left, right, and center. Thank God for Margaret Francis, who came in and helped rescue me. See, Margaret was the kind of water that quenched the fire this morning. Yes? And she had her chapter with different verses in it that was nicely laid out. So, folks, tonight, we continue to have this discussion here. Just 9:30, we only still, yeah? Just 1 hour since we start. But I want to invite you to call in and air your views on the independence of, is it political independence or economic independence? What do we really got? What did we get? So
it's independence. It's independence in name only.
They will say we didn't get none. Don't know what we get. Text, don't support it. So somebody order, please rescue me. I want to hear what you know.
Think about this. We're about the same population we were, all right? Our independence. Basically 108, 110,000 people.
Everybody go in.
All right. And our food import bill has gone from the low tens of millions to more than $500 million.
Is this true?
Okay.
Because I know the last time we checked was $500 million in.
Well, 500 million.
Yeah.
$500 million.
Yeah. So that's lots of money.
So in 1974, we probably was about $50-60 million. I doubt that very much because we were eating local. Okay. Now we are importing $500 million to feed ourselves.
Hold on. Here's something from a former youth coordinator. Yeah, she says. What she said. She was a stalwart in the youth movement in Grenada. She says, we sit down. So he just standing there putting the country down. We can't sit down, so he's doing nothing. That's what the message here is. So where do we go from here? I really want the folks outside to call in air your views. Where do you see Grenada, given the present administrative direction and leadership we have right now? Where do we go from here?
Madeline Scott says, in Gary days we had
road workers, estate workers, and most of the young people had something to do in their time.
Okay.
That is not true. That is not true. No, in 1979, when the revolution came, unemployment in Grenada was between 49 and 51%. I don't get why people think that they can just throw out these things. That we had no stats. We knew what the numbers were.
Yeah, but
where were the most people working? When the revolution came, unemployment was 50% in Grenada. So where were the most people working? Come on, guys.
Hold on.
Let's not falsify history here. I'm not going to have it.
Don't wait. So we bypassing the revolution. This is independence time. And Kit is there. So the work that we are doing now, he put in 40,000 in debushing. So we actually
14 million.
14
million into debushing.
At least, and we're doing something different.
We're eating our food. Okay. Right, Delbert?
I want to know, I want people to really identify the progress that has been made.
Right. So, given that,
and don't come and tell me what you feel, because you see, we are people that I don't know what it is about us. Because from time to time, you see these people put up these old houses on Facebook, the Janet houses and the Preach houses, and say, these were good times. They were never good times. The people who live in this house were living horrible lives.
But this is what they get a gift, like some people getting gift today. And
there was nothing enjoyable about it.
But that you wouldn't say that, but they who receive it would say that. They would applaud it.
But even though they were poor, as we claimed them to be, they was eating better than us now.
Of course they were. They were. But
that was
listen,
good time for them.
people
rich because behind the houses they had all the fruit trees and all and the yam and everything, so they was rich.
But there are people, listen, Grenada have always, in my lifetime, has always had hunger. Okay? I knew children who went to school hungry. I knew children who went to school without breakfast.
Yeah.
So people not, you know, I grew up in the rural parts of Grenada, so I saw that every single day. Okay. So the idea, you can't live on ripe banana always, or mango, or sapodilla.
Okay, so we had Skyred, we understand that. We had Gary, we understand that. We had Independence, we have that. Now we're talking about the new line of match. The unemployment rate is 50%. They don't want to tell everybody that. Right?
It's more than 50% now. 48 years after independence, we have a higher unemployment now than we had in 1974.
Right. So where do we go from? What need to change? What need to change for us to take this grade to a different level?
We need to put the politicians on minimum wage and see how fast things are going to change.
I don't pay them at all? Let it be a volunteer.
That too.
Minimum.
Put them on minimum wage. And let's see how fast things are going to change. Or make their salary commensurate with economic growth and development of the country. Because it's not like they don't know what has to be done. It's that they don't care. They don't care about the people.
How do we fix that? Would a new leadership change that?
Throw the bombs out. Throw the bombs out.
Well.
And they exist on both sides of the aisle.
Hold on.
This morning, me and you were best friend, right? I want to go to Grenada very soon.
I am going to Grenada.
I am making it right. So me and
when I land at the airport, I'm gonna put up my hands just like that.
No.
I'm gonna assume the position.
Now, let me tell you something. If you go to Grenada, you have to give Grenada the thing. You know, I know you tell me come to vote for NDC. Just say that. You know, come to vote for NDC.
The country basically has stagnated since the turn of the new millennium. We have not made any progress.
So what is the solution for the progress? For to change?
Yes, to hold you.
We need a new agenda. We need a new agenda. Okay? An agenda that first recognizes who we are as a people culturally and historically. Okay? Right. And seeks to build from there. So how do we sort of recalibrate our education system to build a skill-based education system that's going to help us build a skills-based economy? Okay? Right. We need to recalibrate in the healthcare system. How do we begin to think about not just waiting for people to get sick and seeing how we can, you know, using therapeutic things to help them, but primary healthcare. So how do we seek to prevent? We seek to prevent some of those diseases, right?
Right.
By our eating habits, by what we eat, by what we consume. Okay. So, we need to take care of our elderly. A country who fails to take care of its elderly is by very nature a country failing. So we owe the elderly, or our ancestors or forebearers, we owe them some gratitude. And that gratitude should come in us being able to take care of them. We are not doing that. Okay? We need a new agenda at how Grenada responds to climate change around the world. Grenada is now tremendously affected by climate change because most of our people in Grenada live on the coastline. So climate change is a big thing for us. You know, you go into Grenada now, you literally, I mean, it is so hot, it's so humid. We need to look at what we're building. What kind of houses are we building? 10% of climate change, 10% of climate change worldwide is contributed by the building of concrete houses. So we should be building less concrete houses in Grenada.
Well, what is the solution to that? What are we doing?
The solution to that rests in building using South American hardwood, which is available out of Guyana, Suriname, Belize, a number of these countries, and to repurpose a lot of the shipping containers that come to Grenada to make them into small container villages for single family, for single people moving who may want an opportunity to move out of mom and dad house to have somewhere for their own. If you invest in housing, I've said this 1,000 times on here, when you invest in housing, it returns about $5 to $6 to the economy, every dollar spent on that, because it has a multiplied effect on the economy. When you build in housing, everybody benefits from it.
Talking about that, I think that one of the byproduct that should have been coming out of the NIS, right? That was mentioned on this very show too.
Yeah.
With B-Man, that housing is one of the main focus from the profits, right, of the investment.
The OT.
Hold on. On the for Prime Minister of Grenada. And
no,
so housing was a big thing.
I'm a little too on the radical side.
Yeah. So housing.
I'm gonna lock some people up. No question about it.
Okay, hold on. Housing is one of the aspects that we're looking at changing the dynamics, right? Housing. We have something happening in Grenada right now too. Or mentioned last night on the show here, something called sex tourism is happening in Grenada. And a lot of money is spent in that industry. It's a kind of a underground economy that's making a lot of money. And only in Grenada, in the Caribbean, right? I was shocked last night when the brother said that packages for hotels in Grenada and the Caribbean, other Caribbean islands, you remember text last night? Children. 11 years old.
My stomach does
2 years old. Don't get the sickness. Don't get sick tonight. Check. Just there. Yeah. There's people getting packages to go to hotels in Grenada and the other Caribbean islands to have sex with underage children from North America, Sweden, and England, and they go into the Caribbean, and the packages is arranged for them to come to have sex with those children in the Caribbean. It's a $1,000 million industry. Those men, those states are traffickers.
The government don't know that?
Well, like the government have statistics, they have done the statistics, they have done the study, they have interviewed the so-called, not the traffickers, but they call them businessmen, providing a service. Yes? And the money is circulating within the country. They know it. It's there. Right? The government claims they don't have the resources, but yet, the people doing this study could go and meet those people, have the discussion with them. And the CIA, the government operative cannot find those people. So that is one thing. But economically speaking, how can we create a functional economy that benefits people to create employment? How do we do that? Where do we go with that 48 years later? But before we could answer this question, I want to let you know that you could still, and a part of the Tonight Show, let me put up this. Yes, Cookies Pastry Delights in Grenville. Yes, you can go there and purchase your little chicken. There's some chicken too, right? They have the little treats, and the currant roll is one of the biggest, hottest seller there. So when you go to Grenville, go ask for the currant roll, right? And how the currant roll is really good, right? So go check them out. Cookies Pastry Delight, right? And in the corner, right by Digicel, the downstairs, Miss Ben Andrews' residence, right there. Cookies Pastry Delights. Check them out. All right, and then
police people here.
Who my police people? That's my sister. That's my bigger sister. Lives in Montreal. We still live in Sotters too, right? In Tonga Sotters, right down Lutong Sotters, but right across from the post office. All right.
Oh yeah.
You know that, yeah. Text. Okay, so here's my big song.
And by the way, that post office was a functioning building in 1974. It's virtually abandoned now. It's virtually abandoned. And there's nothing happening.
The old fish manic was adjacent, was joined to my grandfather's, shop. Yeah? That is all gone now because the new Brickwater project has eroded all of this, take away all this stuff. Yeah? Oh. And so on. So yeah, they're gone. So we don't have that piece of thing there. That's gone. You see what the nice place protecting the upper class, upper part of Sotters there, Luton, and the people in the bottom down there, to hell was them. They just the land gone, the house is going, the road is going. Soon they may not have no for pasture, or may not even get access to the Hilarion home. Again, another piece of land that was donated to them by my grandmother, Miss Irene Lewis.
So wait a minute, and the people that lost and their house, their homes, are the government doing anything about it? Like,
I know there was some arrangements being made for that.
Yeah. There was some kind of a thing I heard Mr. Riquito was talking about one time. So, but before we go back and get into the politics of where we go from here, Skyway, Independence Revolution, and the way forward. We are in this part where we're going forward now. Where do we go from it? But I want to play this song for us. This one from African Taylor. Don't you remember this song?
Every day, faster living keep on rising. So could someone try and tell me what is happening?
Oh, that's kind of
because yet the politicians keep preaching for the poor ones they are fighting, but not such a thing. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor ones stand. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I can see the price keep going up on the poor ones back. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Of the poor ones, I would not like to see it in the interest of the rich ones, because they is the one I see keep on owning, while the poor ones keep on scrunting, suffering and dying. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor ones side. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor ones back. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Abusing and keep them down. Because we have to work so hard to earn something, while some men only sit down weeping, laughing and believing. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor ones back. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor ones back. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn it. Cause I know I see what happening, and yet still man some of my people look behind them as dogs begging. They cannot see how those vampire society keep on sucking we just because of money. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor one's land. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn me. Because every day when I make a pass by the shop, I could see the price keep going up on the poor one's land. And the wages, like it's missing men that believe, and like no one they can break it, so they condemn me.
Well, this is Independence Weekend, and from Sky Red, Independence, Revolution, and the present state of affair in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. As we celebrate 48 years of independence, we have played the Prime Minister's, late Prime Minister Eric Matthew Gary, independence speech and acceptance speech of independence of Grenada, and we have made mention of two things I really like and Tex doesn't like, but he made mention and that the Holy Wreath is in the Garden of the Grenada is referred to the Holy Wreath by Sir Eric Matthew Gary in the Garden of Eden. Yes? And he made mention about 4 times about the enemies of progress in 1974, and that the country did not need that at this time because we have just gained our independence, and the hotel workers, hotel owners, taxi drivers, and other entities, including the trade union, has engaged in destructive behavior that causes our economy to suffer. I would like to speak with those people. He has extended an invitation, an olive branch to those folks. Well, today, Hudson George is here with us tonight, our distinguished guest. And I hope that we will talk a little bit about our independence. And Hudson George, I want to address something, they could educate us something on something about independence to present. We talk about that today. I have 2 people here, Hudson George, that is well, let's how I see them. They're not in favor of saying independence, yeah? So I still want to ask you this question as we're talking about the way forward. Has Grenada achieved economic independence? Before you answer, I have to play something. So before you answer, after I play it, you'll come on. Has Grenada achieved economic independence or political independence? Which one do you think? Now, I won't tell you what they say, but I want to hear what your thoughts are. Is that independence meant economic or political independence? I'll play one song that will kind of lighten up the load on all of us tonight. And we have a little laugh of it because I love it. And Tex has her own meaning. Why you sing it, why this song is written. Delbert have his views on this song or this piece. And Hudson George may have his own reason for this piece. So Grenadians, as we celebrate 48 years, my brother Hudson George will come in and introduce himself with his English Creole or his French Creole talk. So we'll talk about that tonight, Hudson George. I'm glad you're here because I've been watching the conversation today with you. The tongue people, the French Creole, and the country people, country bookie, with their Texas colors, country bookie, you know. Yeah? And the English Creole. And I know you're a proud English Creole man. So we're going to play a piece and we will hear the Creole piece in this one. Here we go.
That distance too short for me. I want to go to Hermitage, but I want to pass on the western side. I want to ride on Victoria bus. As soon as the coma go in first. Riding on Victoria bus. As soon as the coma go in first. Yeah. I like to look at the blue sea water, the identical coastline on the western side. So I ride in on Victoria bus. As soon as the coma go in first. Yeah. Spice Island nice. Yeah. like to pass through Guave, coming up to Duquesne, Samaritan, Chantimel, Lamode, onto Sotes.
Hey yo, this is boy, it's a big, you know. DJ Soca Harley, taking Wins music and bringing it out of the world.
I like to look at the Grenadine Island. Isle of Roon. Blue, Caribbean Sea and Western side. So I'm riding on Victoria bus.
All right, this is Hudson George. My friends, welcome. Let us give a round of applause for Hudson George. He's here tonight, yeah? And Hudson George, thank you for showing up and being here. We're anticipating your arrival here at Gemfm tonight. Now, we said that anybody could give us some clarity tonight on the historical stuff from Grenada, independence, and a little bit of who we are, where we're going. Linguistically, if I say it right, we talk about the French Creole speaking people and the English speaking Creole. I don't know what your preferences are, but we want to talk about independence and where do we go from here. That's really what the focus is, where we go from here. We know where we're at. We are at the crossroads probably. There's a lot of political talking going around Grenada right now. And a lot of oil don't being prepared and being served between now until Monday. Yes? So, having said all of that, I want to hear from you tonight. We dealt with my two opposition leaders here, Delbert and Tex, the two people that is really opposing to my my loving for my independence, whether it's political or economical independence or dependency independence, from Britain. I am standing alone here tonight. I hope that Margaret will bail me out still. So, Hudson George, welcome again to Gemfm. Another night. And the floor is now yours. Come on in. Go ahead.
Well, you hearing me?
Yeah, man. Loud and clear.
All right. Well, people are entitled to their opinion. It's a free world. People have a right to think how they want to think. If some people think the independence is you don't want anything, well, that's their opinion. But we can be different from everybody. The entire Caribbean achieved independence the same way, except Haiti. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, except Haiti, the other Caribbean islands get independence the same way, and then Cuba, it's as a Spanish country, has its own historical way of independence, because we can't just put on the Grenadian version of independence and say it's not good. Spain became weak, and Spain as an empire was degrading. It was diminishing. So America invaded Puerto Rico and they invade Cuba. They never give up Puerto Rico. They lost Cuba. Secondly, America also took the Philippines. The Philippines was a Spanish colony too. Because when Spain was getting weak, the Americans step in the backyard and he take Puerto Rico and Cuba. So, years of colonialism, Cuba was able to free itself. Puerto Rico is still a colony of the United States. As for us in the British-speaking Caribbean islands, we cannot say we don't accept the way we get independence. Martinique and Guadeloupe still under the French. Jamaica, which is took it in 62, Trinidad took it 62, Guyana on the continent of South America. Guyana is bigger than England, than Great Britain put together. The whole of Great Britain put together. Guyana talking about England, Scotland, and Wales. If I'm correct, because England is 53,000 square miles, and Scotland and Wales not that big. So most likely, Britain, Guyana may be bigger than Britain. The whole of Britain. So to say a little place as Grenada with a radical talk and saying, oh, we don't like how we get independence and all them things. To me, I don't see nothing wrong with that. The point is that in Grenadians are not industrious people, and we love to argue with one another. We don't respect each other. And we complain that growing up is Gary, we knew. And based on my reading, before Gary came on the political scene in Grenada in 1951, Grenada had 17% mulatto and local white people, what they call white, and they control all the wealth in Grenada. I from one of the villages in Grenada where people had own land. I'm from Hermitage. Hermitage was one of the few villages in Grenada where black people own land. So, and my great-grandparents were slaves. And somewhere when the slavery was coming to abolish, my great-great-grandmother and great-great-grandfather, but they were slaves. One came from Africa to Tobago to Grenada, and one came from Paul's Airport Estate to Belmont Estate. So the one who came from Africa to Tobago to Belmont Estate, they moved to Belmont Estate after, was what you call this, somebody else call it deliver baby. You hearing me?
Yeah, those midwife.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when we trace, most likely the woman could be, the woman come from, based on her name, perhaps she was Airway, if not Airway, she could be other tribe, Ghanaian, or perhaps a Nigerian too, because the name is somebody born on a Sunday. So anyway, so my great-great-grandfather came from Paul's Estate. He was a slave. Great-great-grandmother from Africa to Tobago to Grenada. And then these people were making their children do arrange marriage over and over. The Grenadian writer is from that same family, Moll Collins. She's from the same family like me. So to say that Grenada independence didn't make sense, I can't get that radical talk because Gary is the one who was our first leader after me. Ali, brown and white people didn't care about black people. They talk about Donovan. They say Donovan was a mulatto man who didn't care for black people. Donovan,
yes, sir.
He had cared for black people, but he was mulatto. But when he was dealing with people who liberate Grenada in modern times in the 1900s, it's Gary. So we can write about that in our history. So we have to accept 1974 independence. What come after? Come after. If you want to advance Grenada into another political era, I have no problem with that. But we can't delete that page with Gary in history. We cannot. Everything must have a beginning. In Cuba, Fidel Castro talk about Jose Mate. And if you go into further reading of Cuban revolutionaries, was not Jose Mate either. Was a guy called Messier. Two black guys. Two black Cubans tried to liberate Cuba, and the American killed them. I think one of them had a Venezuelan roots. I could remember one of them named Messier. And it is said that even though Cuba is a revolutionary country, they don't stop black people from searching the Black Revolution in Haiti before Jose Marti. But the government in Cuba never promoted it. I'm giving you a list. Messier was one of the revolutionaries, and the American killed them. They killed them saying that for two black guys to liberate Cuba, Cuba is too close to Haiti. But we in Grenada, a lot of Grenadians who call them revolutionaries, they don't even know who is Messier, but they will know about who say Marti or Marti, because that is what the Cuban Revolution promote. So why we cannot eliminate Eric Matthew Gary from our history and still talk black tomorrow? Because if 17% of the Grenada population before Gary come on the scene in 1951 was mulattoes and so-called whites, and then the whole own all the wealth. How can we eliminate Gary from our history as black people?
We're not eliminating Gary from the history, and I want to make that clear. We're not eliminating Gary from the history. What the question here is, was it economic independence or political independence?
Both.
And people are on both sides of the fence in this. I watched a discussion on you today. My brother was talking about Gary wasn't all that he make out to be in 1951. The opportunities, that's an opportunity. I think they will share the same sentiments today, right? But having said all of that, all of the independence mantra, all this stuff, that the narrative that comes up with Gary simply skyride into independence, and to this day, the big question is now, where do we go from here, Hudson? What needs to change for economic development?
Delbert was saying, how can in order to say independent, you had to be independent of everybody else and do your own. That's basically what he said.
Well, yes, I support that, but everything's
still answering. I'm to somebody. You are independent person still answering to another people. It doesn't make sense. If you're independent, then you're independent. So you can say semi-independent.
But when we look at the global economy, and big powers, that version of the way Delbert look at independence is not really, is too extreme when you look at the situation of the world. For example, it throughout the whole Caribbean, Grenadians are the only people in the Caribbean that own the most land, at least a piece of land. People in St. Kitts don't own land. Very few people in St. Kitts own piece of land. A lot of Caribbean island people don't own land. 40-something is, I don't want to lie, I think it's 40-something percent of Grenada or 53%. Within 40 or 50%. Somewhere in the 40s or early 50s % of the population of Grenadians own land.
Okay.
How they get land? How they get land?
How has that benefited us? We still have the lowest GDP.
How you benefited them?
We still have the lowest GDP. That we have half the GDP of St. Kitts. So tell me, how does that benefit us?
Okay. You know why St. Kitts have a bigger GDP than us? It has nothing to do with politics. It's our moral values that make us our GDP low. Our moral.
Please.
Wait. Let me explain myself.
Okay.
I've been to Antigua already. You travel around the world. Antigua economy is based on Las Vegas casino lifestyle. Gambling, nightlife. If you bring that in Grenada, everybody balling, oh, it's ungodly. Wait, let me talk. Let me talk.
No, Hudson, answer the question. How many casinos do you have in Antigua?
Let me talk. And then
But you're saying something that's factually inaccurate.
Do you know that Antigua and the United States went to court for a Las Vegas style casino, and the world.
Okay, answer my question. How many casinos
But you
are in
distorting me. You're not letting me clear what I'm saying.
But
You're dealing
answer
with
the
GDP.
question. You said the Antiguan economy is big. As a matter of fact, I happen to know. Hold on.
Tourism and gambling.
How many
it brings the
casinos?
money.
Okay, hold on,
How
hold on,
many
hold on, hold on,
casinos?
hold on, hold on,
No,
hold on.
I'm
Delbert,
asking a
Delbert,
simple.
hold on.
No, I'm asking a question.
No, you're distorting the conversation.
I'm not distorting the conversation. I'm asking you to clarify a point you made.
But you're not letting me finish.
Okay, Hudson and Delbert, hold on. Delbert, you go answer the question. Hudson, go ahead, and then now.
No, he's not going to answer it.
Hold on. You go answer it. You ask me the question.
You see?
Hold on.
See?
Delbert.
Okay.
Hold on. Hudson, calm
Wait.
down. Hold on. Hudson, go ahead.
Okay.
Finish your point, and now I want you to answer Delbert's question.
The question is.
No,
I'm going to answer Delbert with a question.
No. Answer the question, not with a question. Answer the question straight up. That's
Okay.
Answer the question.
Antigua
How much
used to have what you call sea island cotton and some cane, a little train track. St. Kitts, same thing. Antigua under the board government turned Antigua into a tourist island and gambling. That's the economy. Antigua import food from Dominica.
Yes.
Antigua was able to build an economy on gambling and tourism. From that, Dominicans that stay in the agriculture base move in droves to Antigua. Antigua economy is based on the service industry and gambling. If you bring that to Grenada in the morning, people will say Kit Mitchell is ungodly. Nightlife. I've been to Antigua. I see it.
Okay.
So
hold on.
Okay. We're going to St. Kitts now.
Hold on.
Delbert talking about economy.
Hold on. Hudson. I want us to focus on where we Grenada go from.
He didn't address anything. They didn't answer any
Hold
question.
on, address.
Hold on.
What Antigua economy based on? Oil and gas.
No, hold on, Hudson. Let us not argue
oil
about
and gas?
Delbert.
Ask if it's oil and gas.
Delbert, let us not argue about Antigua. So I want to
If it's
agree
not gambling and tourism, what is
listen,
it?
John,
Is it oil and gas?
Hold on.
John, first thing, right?
That's going off our topic.
Delbert.
Okay, but so let me make a point because I was
ask a question.
Yeah,
what Antigua industry is based on?
Okay, so I'm willing to answer the question, and I'm willing to answer the question, but I also asked a question earlier on that you deliberately refused to answer because
I answer you.
Okay, you like to cut people off, but when you get
cut
off,
you
cry
cut
like
hold on, guys.
Don't cut me off.
Hudson, just wait. I will bring
John
you in.
asked me to say something, and I was saying it, and you rebut it. You don't wait.
Okay.
I didn't rebut.
In St. Kitts.
I didn't rebut anything on
St. Kitts.
Okay.
I asked you how many casinos are in Antigua. That's all I asked.
Antigua got Las Vegas gambling in Antigua. I don't know how much.
Okay.
The Americans try to take it back.
That's hogwash. That's hogwash.
Hold on.
The Antiguan economy.
Delbert, Antigua does not export nothing. Tell me what Antigua does export.
Neither does Grenada.
Okay, hold on.
That is why you're still making the mistake.
Hold on.
Antigua
Delbert and Hudson. Can I just have
St. Kitts export nothing.
Hudson, now listen to me. I'm running the show here. I want to say something.
Here's the thing,
Delbert.
But you see, Delbert is spoiling the show.
I'm going to count from 1 to 5, and I need everybody to be quiet. So
No. You are a spoiler.
I have a belt, and I would beat the both of you.
You see, you want to push up politics.
Hold on. I will mute all of you guys. And let me say something here. All right? We were focusing on Grenada economy. Right? I want to ask the question again. Let's forget the Antigua situation. Let's kill that. Let us focus on going forward, Grenada going forward, and what can we do to improve our economic situation going forward? Because we have Skyred, we have independence, we have the revolution, and 40 years later, Grenada have a 50% unemployment rate. Where do we go and how do we fix? How do we mend the broken pieces of our economy to make it a better economic for the Grenadian people to survive? Hold on, Hudson, to make it grow out of the economic hell that is in right now. How do we fix that situation? All right, and just to make a peace treaty here, Margaret says, I want to put the Margaret piece here. Margaret chapter continues right here. She says, Delbert casinos are not the only place where gambling takes place. In fact, the Antigua case involved online gambling, and Antigua won the case, and the U.S. has refused to pay. Full stop. That's it. We're talking about Grenada. Let me go back to Hudson first, Delbert. Let you finish, and we want to talk about and we go back into the piece. Delbert, hold on. I think you're mute still. Hold on, Delbert. Hold on. Hudson George, unmute your mic.
I told you somebody here is in love with Delbert.
I know. There's a lover for Delbert. However, so Hudson, finish your point, and we'll move on back to Delbert.
Yes. Economy of the world.
No, we focus on Grenada.
Okay, Grenada. Grenada is in limbo or purgatory. And the purgatory or limbo Grenada is in is left-wing politicians like people with political ideas like Delbert, religious, zealous, or how you call them, or zealots. Right-wing NDC. Right-wing, the all NDC, religious people with extremist belief, and left-wing people with political ideas that is not irrelevant. That's my opinion. What Grenada needs for us to go forward is diversity. Diversity, sit down, reason what is best for Grenada. Drop your baggage. Because if Antigua, which is a desert island in my opinion.
We won't go back to Antigua. We don't do the Antigua, we're doing Grenada.
Okay.
Let's refrain from the Antigua situation.
Grenada, as a small country, had the most diversity of crops. But we stick our head too much in 1940s. Like the NDC leadership, the co-NDC leadership in the last, what they win the 2008 election. In spite of the wrangling between them and the left, the co-NDC was thinking about 1950 development. We have to move forward.
Okay, so then where do we go from here now? Now we that 2008 gone. We in 2022. We moving forward. Where do we go? What we need to do in 2022 to make Grenada economic better?
Don't argue like Delbert. Sit down and find out a solution.
That's what I'm asking you. We're here discussing, asking you a question.
The solution is put the left like Delbert have good ideas. Those like Delbert, they have good ideas. A lot of good ideas. Those who don't think like him have good ideas too. So what they have to do, everybody have to put some of the ideas what good together and throw away your baggage and your little argumental thing and find a way forward for Grenada.
All right, thank you very much.
That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. So
that's what I say.
We have someone else here, Delbert. I'll come on to Delbert in a minute. There's a new person on the block. Hello, good night. You have Blood's iPod. Who is this?
Kelly, that's me, man.
Who is
George? Michael George, that's me.
Oh, Michael George.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just using my iPod. That is why that is coming on.
Okay. Welcome.
Yes. I saw you on and see that was something interesting. Let me find out.
Okay. All right. Michael George is here. All right. So you heard the discourse, huh?
Ask him to turn the camera on.
Oh yeah, turn the camera on.
My camera.
No, not you, Hudson.
The other George.
Michael George. Yes. And so Michael George, we spoke about Greater Sky Red. We had the discussion on the independence. We talked about the revolution earlier today. We played Gary's speech. We discussing now. All of this happened. We have a high employment rate in Grenada. The question is, where do we go from here? Given the present economic status of Grenada right now, at 50% plus unemployment, where do we go from here? How do we fix that situation? What can be done to fix the situation? Here, Hudson John saying that the left and the right have good ideas put together and so on. Yeah? And just some of this stuff, we talk about bringing a casino into Grenada that might help boost the economy, sort of. But the religious people like yourself probably are opposed to it. What are your thoughts? I'll go back after everything. Go back to my Uncle Delbert over there. He'll dress in Uncle Gary's suit tonight. Go back. So, Michael, let me hear from you.
Disappear.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just trying to get some light.
Some light. Okay,
I'm here. You're going to see me just now.
Okay, while you getting your light, Delbert. Oh, you ready?
Okay.
Okay, here you go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, now this is not no easy solution. It's not no easy solution. You know, one of the things you have to find, if you're supposed to dig a hole 6 feet deep to come out, and you dig it 12 feet deep, that means you're going to take a long time to come out, a longer time than you should. That's the kind of position Grenada is in now. And then the other thing is, if something isn't started right, and you try to live with it without getting it right, then it's going to be difficult to get it right after so many years. These are two factors that has happened to Grenada. One is that there was no unity at the time of independence between opposition and ruling party. There was no unity, right? And that division continued right down, even up to now, this kind of stuff. You see, people does not see country, and they don't see people. Usually, they see self. And anytime you see in self, then you might prosper, but country is going to suffer. And then there are people in the country. One of the things we would have noticed that Grenada was on top of the 4 Windward Islands. But we'd have noticed that we keep dropping down to the bottom. Ask the question why. I guess if you have to move forward, there must be a diagnosis of what the problems are. No one would get well if they do not find out where the sickness stems from. And that is something that is very difficult to find out for Grenada. But in saying that, everyone would have to know that's where what supposed to work, or if what was working cease to work, then you can continue with it. But if you stop what was working, that's another issue. Agriculture is the mainstay. That's what was working for Grenada. Nutmeg farmers had bonus. Banana farmers had bonus. All these people had bonus. All of a sudden, we think tourism could take over that. If you stop what was working, you have a problem. But if what was working didn't continue to work, then you have to change to something else. And we have to remember that. Right now, we have to understand what was working and if it was stopped so that it can continue, or if it just couldn't continue at all. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
All right. Okay, got you. I'll go back to Delbert now. Delbert, you heard past Michael, George, dropping these 2 pence. And so hold on. I want to avoid the Antigua situation, okay? That's not
Well,
good.
no. I have to address it. I have to address it.
Why you want to address that? We don't think
It's important.
Because,
okay. So let me say that. First we went.
My opposition leader on the other side of the fence there with the Afro shot. You know, she's
the first thing is that we immediately went off the rails because we were talking about Grenada, the role that Gary played in its current state of development or lack thereof, is the role he played because everybody talk about 51. Gary didn't necessarily return to Grenada in 51. He returned a little earlier. The role that he played in 51, how important was the 51 struggle? What has happened beyond? And then we get up all this thing about Cuba and Haiti and Spain and all these things that had no real basis on the conversation. All right. Then we started talking about Antigua as a service economy, the entire Western economy, is a service economy. Tell me one country that exists in the West that has not moved to a service economy. So when we throw out these things, like they're facts, when they're not, in Hudson's verbal vomit, that's the only way I could describe it. He mentioned me. Let me finish. Let us
not use those languages.
Why are we not using those languages? Because that's what it was. I'm not known for shy. He mentioned me 14 times.
Yeah, but he didn't use the to describe you.
Hold on, John. Hold on. He mentioned me 14 times. He described me as left. He described me as that. He don't know that. Who says I'm left? I'm a pragmatist. Okay, I'm a pragmatist. That's what I know. So I cannot allow somebody to define me. You talk about casino gambling in Antigua. Antigua don't have no physical casinos. It's online. There's nothing stopping Grenada from having online. The same economy that Antigua built, largely based on tourism, is the same one we've been trying to build in Grenada. The only thing is that Antigua has had better leadership in government than we have had in Grenada. And that has resulted in them having a GDP that's twice the size of Grenada. Now, Michael just said that at one time Grenada was on top of the Windward Islands. Not just on top of the Windward Islands, on top of all the other islands. St. Kitts, Antigua, Montserrat, all of them, Totola, everything. Grenada was ahead of all of them. They were sending people from these places to be educated in Grenada. We were shipping policemen and teachers to all these islands. All right. So something happened that led to us that massive decline when the rest of the OECS countries or the LDC countries, as it was called back then, leaped forward ahead of Grenada and left us in the dust. In 1980, 81, 82, Grenada had found itself in a place where the IMF and World Bank said, well, it was no longer a poor country, but it was not strong enough to survive. So we have to go back to addressing the core question surrounding independence. One, like the question you posed, whether Grenada has gained political or economic independence. Yes. I argue that we have none. We don't have political independence. We certainly don't have economic independence. Also, what Hudson did was conflate independence with interdependency among nations. No nation is going to be able to operate entirely by itself. The United States doesn't do it. China doesn't do it. No country does it. So you have this trade relationship. You have that interdependency and codependency with nations. That's why every country have a foreign ministry, and the foreign minister is always a senior person in government, and you have diplomats and looking for how countries can take whatever is. Right now we face with globalization. The challenge for us as a small country is how do we view globalization and how do we take it and make it work for us if it can work for us. So these are the issues on the table. How do we move forward? What are the ideas that's going to push us forward? I listed at the beginning of the show 5 things that we can do that would begin to push Grenada in the right track. He hasn't listed any solution. So to come and tell me I'm left, I don't no longer describe. I'm a pragmatist who believes in what works. I'm committed to social justice, to people who are least fortunate among in the society should be able to benefit from the nation's wealth. If that makes me left, then I'm left, and I'm proud to be that. But let's address the core issue. The role of Gary, whether or not Gary deserves all the credit that some people tend to give him every time independence roll around. I saw somebody said today on Facebook that Gary was a Christian man. Give me a break. There is nothing that Gary did that said he was Christian except from time to time quote the Bible. Everything that he did was vulgar. Okay? There are those who said 1951 was a revolution, but it was a failed revolution because Gary never intended to advance the cause of the working man. Gary was about accumulating power for himself and advancing himself. So after 1951, after he became part of the establishment, that's all it mattered to him. He never sought to really, the feudal system, the estate system, the plantocracy remained intact. The only thing that changed it was the migration of the people who worked on the estates, their children who began to go overseas and now was able to support their parents. So they did not need to work on these plantations. And they could not find young people to work on them. So they had to begin to sell them out. And the people who bought out those estates were the children and grandchildren of the people who worked on it. So the estate system didn't fail because of Sky Red or because Gary advanced some agenda for the working people in Grenada. He did not. I grew up in a rural village where there was about only 10 families in my village who could really take care of themselves. Everybody else was poor.
All right. So thank you there. I want to tell one thing.
I need to say something.
Okay, Tex. Hold on. Before you say something, let me say something here. The establishment of the Farms Corporation in 1981 there, but how do you equate that with the purchasing of land by the children of the laborers and the estate? When the Farms Corporation was established by the PRG in that 1981 era, prior to that, the estate was not owned by the working class people, but it became government lands, estates. Gary had control most of the estates. Government had control most of the estates then. How do you equate that with the children of the estate workers? Because I know for sure, even the private estate was controlled by the government. The Gamba's estate, Bolong estate to a larger extent. You have the Nax controlling Dong Farming estate with the sugarcane. You had the Bookage estate with a government-run operation as well. All of make a part of the Farms Corporation. So I don't know if some of the and even now, I know of private estate, it was cut up and split up with some of the so-called overseers and middle managers bought up some of the lands from the government and use it today. People like my father and many other people who really work on the estate didn't get anything from it. You know, so we didn't get opportunity. We bought pieces of the land of the estate long before the revolution came in 1972, 71, 72. My parents bought an acre of land from the estate, private estate, along with other people on a stretch to go down to the bridge, from the bridge up to Norton Taylor. And we found that a lot of people lost, not only lost a lot of the lands back again because some people claimed that he didn't pay for all of it. He never entitlement to all of them, so he lost some of it. How do we look at that as children from the planters buying those lands? I don't know. I was asking because a lot of people didn't own the land. The children of the children they couldn't afford to buy the land until after 1983, 84. A lot of people the young people, the nurse and the other people start buying portion of lands from the estate. I don't even think all of them have. First, I don't know if all of them have these entitled to the land today still. But again, so it's political patronage.
Well, okay.
Hold on, Tex was going to come before you. Hold on, let me go back to Tex before you come back in the Hudson. Let me go to Tex. Tex was going to say something, so let me give her that opportunity to speak here. Tex?
Everybody outside here is in love with Delbert, right? So
tonight, last week, he blows.
Yeah, so Delbert now, I would not call him just Delbert. I have to say, Your Honor. Yeah.
Within this Sandra Davis come, we'll see her.
And then until that time, Doris said, Delbert best friend here, his new friend on live now. So so when Delbert stopped about the improvement, Doris turned and said, well, this is why Gary bring on young.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Mr. Hudson George. Go ahead.
You see, I heard a lot of Dodo attack tonight. Dodo attack. If they're giving me, if you could say thing, attacking, Dodo attack.
What is it?
No, a Dodo is so stupid. That's stupid.
That's why Hudson. I said before to Del, but
okay.
I don't want
let me keep it
using those
Let me keep it clean.
I told them what to stop. He stopped. I don't want you to go into that.
Let me keep it clean. Let me keep it clean. Any man, anybody who's saying, any person you hear talking politics and saying that Grenada was number one in the OECS and how we export teachers and policemen to other islands. That is crap. Antigua, people in the Leeward Islands have a history of don't want to be police. Huh? Antigua, St. Kitts, Montserrat, and Anguilla people, Nevis, they don't like to be police. This is something we have to research. Why? So they were getting police from Grenada and St. Vincent and other islands, and a lot of police in Antigua is from Dominica. There is something about people in the Leeward Islands. They don't like to be police. And this is something we don't know what is the historical factors why they don't want to be police. Secondly, Grenada has a unique style for spice. Without major hurricanes, a large percentage of the Grenadian population never depend on government to survive. The spice industry were independent of government, so people could all leave. In my village, Hermitage, you have to not make the same. When they drink rum, they say they got black gold until Ivan and Emily destroy that. If you're living in places like Antigua, Barbados, Anguilla, these countries, you have to have structures in place for people to leave. Errol Barrow transformed Barbados from a sugar plantation to a light industry country. From a light industry, he moved to tourism. John Compton in the Windward Islands was the first one who moved to tourism. There were guys left Grenada and go to St. Lucia to work around that time in the 1970s. John Compton was the first prime minister in the Banana region that moved to tourism. St. Lucia had the first large airport in the Windward Island. So when we're talking, we must have data to back up what we say. Grenada was strong when Grenada was the center for the British as the capital of the Windward Island. And the reason why the British make Grenada the capital of the Windward Island was to fence off another federal rebellion. So they make Grenada, St. George, the capital of the Windward Island. They build the GBSS as a what you call the grammar school for all the rich white people in the Windward Island, white because black didn't have money. And other people come from Brazil and come to the grammar school in Grenada. Eugenia Charles School in Grenada. I don't know if it's in the convent way, but she's school in Grenada too. So Grenada was the center for that.
Yeah.
Barbados.
So Desmond Hoyt.
Desmond Hoyt, school in Grenada. Most Guyanese say he's a Grenadian, but he's not a Grenadian. Barbados, before Grenada, was Barbados. A lot of the first educators in Grenada was Bajan, and they never go back. Even the Calypsonian guy who won the title last night, Sour Serpent. His surname is Niles.
Bajan.
Bajan. And Niles man came from Barbados and married a lady in Hermitage. That is a George lady. The lady is my cousin. That's my dad's family. A big red man called Mr. Niles. There was other Bajan. The Mings came. The Wilkinson came. The Graves came. And they were all coming like educators. There was a period. What killing Grenada presently? Why we not developing further? We arguing too much, and Grenada is not as developed as what we say. If you doesn't like the Kit Mitchell regime, Grenada have better infrastructure than all the OECS islands. And whether you guys want to accept
that's not true. That's not true.
You see, you go argue that again. And you
that
speak.
Is not true.
Grenada has the best road network. You can't drive around St. Vincent. You cannot drive around St. Lucia.
Road is not.
You cannot drive around Dominica.
Infrastructure is more than roads. What we do have is the best network of roads, but our roads are the worst condition.
Okay.
No,
so, yeah, okay,
that's not true again. Let me complete. Let me complete what I'm saying.
2 minutes.
Our problem in Grenada is we not working together to build Grenada. Every little group want to build Grenada. And we bring it on with country and saying Grenada is less tough than other countries, which is a lie. Okay. You cannot compare Dominica with Grenada. You cannot compare St. Vincent with Grenada. In Grenada, after the invasion, Grenada had the most people abroad in the OECS islands. And that creates a lot of young people not working because they get barrel of food. In St. Vincent and St. Lucia, you must work.
That's not true, man.
Wait.
Hold on.
You see, you don't let me finish what I said. You're cutting me off.
Okay.
The reason why Grenada has a low crime rate, you know why? It might have unemployment might be high, but nobody is starving because they have a network getting money. Barrel of food, they have clothes. So there is jobs in Grenada people don't want to do. If I was the government of Grenada, I would import 10,000 people from Haiti and bring them in Grenada.
All right.
I'm living in Toronto. You live in Toronto, John. You know a lot of Canadians don't want to work.
Yes.
Okay. And that is one of the things in Grenada.
Let's rest there for a while. All right. Let me go back to the chat. First off, I want to address two things. Margaret, I go back to your chapters, Margaret.
No, why you can't go back to Delbert Friends?
No, go back to Delbert first. Delbert has Sister Margaret with chapter. We continue chapter Margaret from today. So that's chapter 1, verses 7 now. She says here, Delbert, and that is directly to Delbert. So the chat is here. Delbert, do you think breaking up of the, and Delbert, I want to answer this one from Margaret there, in the most humblest way, because Margaret will put you in your place, I know. So Margaret says, Delbert, do you think breaking up of the estate was a good thing for agriculture? Would modifying the system have been a better road to go? That's question number 2. Because the breakup creates a bunch of peasants, farmers, and that is not conducive to agricultural production on a scale you guys are talking about. So the first 2 questions was, do you think breaking up the estate was a good thing for agriculture, Delbert?
No, it was not. 1. It was counterproductive.
All right. Number 2, would modifying the system have been a better road to go? Do you think that modifying the system?
Absolutely. And you mentioned earlier on the Farms Corporation. The Farms Corporation was an attempt to do that.
Right.
It didn't have enough legs. It didn't have enough seed money and certainly time to accomplish that. But the Grand Farms Corporation was an attempt in that direction.
Right.
But that's why that's as a matter of fact, the breakup of the estate system has, with as much as the government has neglected agriculture, also contributed greatly to the decline in production.
Right.
But when you look at the estate, just take this one. Look at the few estates that survived into the 70s in fine fashion, even grew in the 70s, and certainly in the early 80s. The most productive estate in that time was Douglaston Estates, right?
Yeah.
And historically, okay, and that point was made by somebody this morning, I don't remember who, okay? The branch were sort of kind of gentler landowners. They cared about their workers. Their children mingled with the workers on the plantation. They took a sort of different approach to land ownership than some of the other plantocracy. And that's why their estate in the 70s and 80s grew and survived and expanded. I mean, so it goes back to the old management 101. If you take care of your workers, if you treat them good, if you treat them better than anybody else, you go into, there's an African proverb that says that something about the cutlass. A cutlass that's praised goes to work twice times the amount as the one that's not praised. So if your workers feel taken care of, they feel, and listen, that doesn't mean that Douglaston Estate was perfect either, but they were better than everybody else.
All right. So that cool. That answers this question. Now, next verse of Magic chapter is to Hudson George. And I think I was correct in making supporting Hudson George's argument about the police and so on. Hudson is correct. I think she addressing Delbert in this one, general address here. The reason why they had to get police from outside is because the nationals did not want the jobs. And Delbert, Margaret says, that is a known fact. Yes? So that was regarding the...
That's not my understanding. That's not my reading of the situation.
But that is not your reading, it's facts.
That's what
Margaret is a journalist.
Okay. So
Margaret is a journalist.
Hold on.
And that means what?
Hold on, I'm still.
But she knows what she's saying.
Let me tell you.
I know what she's saying.
Let me tell you my experience, especially in Antigua, where I have some credibility.
Hold on, guys.
I have 2 cousins out of Moncraven. There was a host of people who went to Antigua to
don't go off track. Antigua, Leeward Island didn't want to be police.
You know what? I'm gonna go, guys.
Hold on. Let me go back to the Margaret stuff here. All right. She says here. Now go back to the police truck. and the foreign. She go back to something else here. She said, Hudson George, you are wrong. The barrel trade is alive and well in other islands and
in every island,
and just as strong as Grenada.
No.
So hold on, guys. So just as Grenada is receiving barrels, other countries are receiving barrels as well. All right, Jamaica receives a lot of barrels. Yeah, I know people that I work with. They send barrel all the time to Jamaica. Yeah, yet Jamaica have a high crime rate.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well, let me clear my point.
Hold on, Trinidad. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Trinidad has a same barrel mentality. It still flows, and yet the crime rate is still high. Now, I want us to stay focused on the subject matter here.
Yeah.
Right? With Grenada and our economic development for changing the economic situation that we have, the high unemployment rate that we have in Grenada right now. 48 years later, we are still struggling to gain our economic independence. We're still struggling to come up with a perfect political system that works for Grenada. I think it was Lincoln Deputy who said something on one of our shows. He said that given the present system that we have up and under, it is more difficult to get things done under the sort of a Westminster type democracy where you have to wait for a parliament and wait for people to do this thing. In the revolutionary period, you had to wait for a House Speaker and nobody to give you a go-ahead. They want something, they get it done. So they was able to achieve more with less hassles. Now we have a government with no opposition, really, literally no opposition. And yet we can't have the achievements, economic development as we really want happening. What is the breakdown? And I know Hudson says the too much arguments. What can, and you made some suggestion, Hudson, that we need to listen to each other and start arguing each other. All right? Now, how can we as a people put aside political differences for economic development? That's where we want to go with this. 48 years later.
Because the only way we could do it, as I said, we have to accept diversity. Diversity of ideas. For example, you can't sit down in Grenada and compare Grenada with Barbados.
Okay.
You cannot compare Grenada with St. Vincent. You cannot compare Grenada with Trinidad. Don't compare Grenada with other Caribbean islands.
Okay, so hold on. You know.
Every island have its own uniques.
Okay,
and that's the flaw in your argument, because you can exactly compare.
But you see, you jump in again. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm doing exactly what you do, Hudson.
No,
hold on. Hudson and Dalvin. Don't do that.
Okay, John, for example, Grenadians say Grenada is a Christian society, right? Right. We're not going into Christianity. We have our own moral values or political way of reasoning in Grenada. Now, Motley is the hot politician. They jump on ship bandwagon. If Motley was running for election in Grenada, they don't vote in for. I know so.
Okay, but I want us to stay Grenada. I want us to stay focused on
No, but what I'm saying with us, we love to compare our country.
Yes. But
other countries. What we have to do, find our own way of how we're going to chart our course. As I said earlier, there are areas in Grenada. People live on the higher terrain of Grenada, where the spices grow. Never depend on government to live. Based on the physical, geographical makeup of Grenada. These people only see the police if maybe a crime commit. Or if the son is the police, the daughter is a nurse, or somebody is a school teacher.
Okay,
we didn't live off government.
Okay, but hold on, Hudson, right now.
I don't know what we're talking about here.
Right now, Hudson. We want to
know. Again,
hold on. Hudson, I'm addressing you now, Hudson. I'm addressing you. Okay, forget what I was saying. I'm addressing you. And you got 1 minute to respond to this. Okay? What if you had to change something right now economically, advise the government right now on one thing to do to change the economic situation, what is one idea or one advice would you give to the government of Grenada? 1 minute.
The government to change the situation in Grenada?
Mm-hmm. Economic situation in Grenada right now. To decrease the unemployment rate, what would you do?
Well, I can't really say right now where I am, because, for example, there are Grenadians who think the banana boat coming back. Some of them want cooperative, not looking at.
No Grenadian thinks the banana boat.
Wait now, man. Let me complete now, man.
Hold on.
Let me complete.
I ask you a question. What do you think?
The whole, the European trading markets shift for a lot of products that Grenada and other Windward Islands used to export.
All right. So that's
like the other brother, what go ahead in name the other judge guy. What is his first name on the program? Michael George. He mentioned banana, but I don't know if he's aware that President Clinton destroyed Windward Island banana. I don't know if you know.
Okay.
So this is something we lost.
Okay. So
we can't blame any regime in Grenada if your banana is not selling. There is no market for that.
That's good. Let's stop right with that one. So that was you give me you say you have no immediate answer for economic transformation for Grenada.
No,
right?
I don't have it.
You don't have that one. Delbert, I'm coming to you. I know you earlier on in the show you said what should be done. What from your experience, what could be done right now if you have to give the present government or any government right now in Grenada an economic advice to revive the economy, short term, medium and long term? What would you say to them?
Well, first thing is that we asked this question, but that's not the correct question because it cannot. Well, no, hold on. Based on the size of our economy, based on the state of the economy, it cannot be one thing. It has to be. It cannot be. It cannot be. The reason it cannot be, if you just do one, it will have no effect.
Okay.
So you have to have a sort of multifaceted approach. At least 3 or 4 things that you must do to infuse some economic activity into the thing. One, for me, always investment in education. But the education system must be reorientated to see how it fits into the kind of economy that we're going to build. And that includes not only focus on academia, but focus on building a skills-based economy. So good plumbers, good masons, good mechanic, good move up to not just regular mechanics, but airline mechanics, all those skills, high machine tool operators and all these things. We have to train people to do all these things. Secondly, we have to make some investment in agriculture. Earlier on, Michael talked about agriculture, and at one time it was the mainstay of the Ghanaian economy. Yes, but it didn't make anybody prosperous except a few landowners, and even them wasn't that wealthy. So agriculture is not the future of Grenada. It has a role when it comes in particular for us for food security. So the more we can invest in agriculture to help reduce, let's say in 10 years, we are going to be able to cut our food import bill from the $600 million it is now to $300 million. All of a sudden, no, you have $300 million more a year that would circulate in the local economy. That's 2. Number 3, we would have to massively invest, well, not massively invest, but we'd have to have a significant investment in our blue economy, because there's a really good market for high quality seafood around the world, and we can take advantage of it. That could create about 1,000 to 2,000 employment over a 5-year period. Hudson talk about cooperatives. Cooperatives is definitely a step in the right direction, but not just agricultural cooperatives. Cooperatives in construction, cooperatives in in agriculture, cooperatives in high skills, cooperatives in training our young people, the new emerging technologies. So it can't be one thing. It can't be one thing. Right. So you have and you have to make an investment in health, because if you don't now, in 10 years' time, your health budget is going to be so much more that it is going to bankrupt you. So, and that ties into the question of food security, what we eat in, how we eat, how we prepare this food. So that's why I say it can't be one thing. But these are 5 things that I would significantly advance right now, you know?
Right. So that is very good. There is another, so Deslin Johnson online saying, breakdown is because the present construct don't care enough about the people. In addition, Grenadians haven't yet learned to hold their elected officials accountable.
I agree.
How could a nation continue to vote a government time and time again and that haven't done anything to advance the socio-economic standards? How could this be?
I'll answer that really easily, because the other political parties have not presented a credible alternative.
Okay, so that is the breakdown.
So people will always vote for something, whether it's lies, whether it's promises, over nothing. And the other political parties has offered nothing, absolutely nothing.
Well, now we have a change in leadership, and let's hope that they will come up with an alternative. Let's hope that give them the benefit of the doubt that they will come up with an alternative. Another reason to vote, I think we made that point this morning too, right? In 1976, you gave an alternative, and yet the youth population was the highest number of voters, but they still entitled to vote, and they still lost. So we see what will happen to change the electoral landscape in Grenada coming up in the next election. Hope that everybody.
But you know, John.
Hold on.
The parliamentary system is a dictatorship, you know. British parliamentary system is a dictatorship.
Hold on. I want to say to all the Grenadian people who are eligible to vote, go register to vote. And election day comes, whenever that calls, go out and vote. All right? Let us not abstain. If you choose to, that's your choice. But anyways, like we said last week, if you don't vote, you can't complain what you get. Yes? It's you vote, whatever you didn't vote for, you vote for it. Yes? Because whatever happens, you contribute to what happens to the electoral process. Yeah? That's what you were saying?
No, the idea that you need a one-party state or you need so-called revolution to advance Grenada is rooted in nonsense. Because the British parliamentary system is by itself a dictatorship. What stopped NDC in 2008 to 2013 from doing whatever they wanted to do? They had 11 of 15 seats. What stopped Gary when he had 13 on 2 occasions, I think? What stopped Keith for 3 times having 15-0? Nothing. Right. Even if you have 8-7, you still rolling as you wish.
But yes, and I understand all of that. But the boldness and the forward thinking that happened in the 4.5 years is not present today.
But it's not exactly because these people don't genuinely 2 things. They don't care about development. They don't understand development. Okay. And they're not really genuinely interested in moving their people forward. So when you go back, Hudson makes that point all the time, but I know it not to be true because I have friends throughout the Caribbean. Barbadians argue just as much as us among themselves, politics. So does Vincentians, so does Trinidadians, so does all the things. So, and earlier on the point that you make that you can't compare Grenada to St. Vincent. Grenada is 133, St. Vincent is 166. So Barbados is what? In that range too. St. Lucia is 238, Dominica is 305, largely rural. Antigua is what, 69 or something like that? We all compare to each other. And I kid you not, no Caribbean island is going to be able to lift itself out of the poverty that the citizens are plagued with right now by itself. It has to do it, we have to do it as a region, because there in the region, there are countries that produce, for example, right? We can get all the hardwood that we need from Suriname and from Guyana and from Belize to build homes throughout the Caribbean, right? They're good at that. We are better at producing fruits and vegetables. Trinidad has the things that it. So that whole question of codependency, that question of interdependency, and how do we have not only national planning in the respective countries, but that planning is coordinated at a regional level to see who is best at what and how we can use technology and machinery to mechanize agriculture and to bring in high-speed machinery for light manufacturing and all these things. We have to do it regionally. If we just try to do it independently by ourselves, we would fail.
All right. So, before we go out of here, I got two things I want to do. The little short story on Gary, so the people listening to us will understand what we're discussing here tonight. And there's another song I want to play here for us. Yeah? I'll play the song first. I will come out to the Gary stuff, and then we'll close out in a short while. But I want to thank all of you for contributing. Don't go nowhere. Stay right there. All right? Stay right here. Don't move. Don't move a muscle. Here we go.
She goes by the name of Monique Cummings, and Monique hails from Shantymel in the historic St. Patrick. She is the epitome of simplicity and a true introvert who has an extremely close relationship with music. She started singing at the age of 10, has participated in several village and national competitions, wowing the audience with her soulful voice and passionate performances, of course, leaving them wanting more. In 2006, Monique claimed the crown in the Junior Calypso Monarch. That achievement was a milestone in her musical career, and the show itself was a medium for her to showcase her creativity and versatility as a young artist. Since then, Monique has recorded an assortment of music ranging from calypso to R&B, and in 2022, she will grace the stage as a finalist of the Independence Calypso Monarch. Coming to do a rendition called Happy Birthday, let us welcome Monique Cummings. Monique.
Monique, what is it? Who is in on the computer?
Girl, I'm trying to plan something.
What are you trying to plan?
A surprise party.
For who?
For Grenada, of course.
Why?
Because she deserves it. Come, let me show you why.
Stepping off the plane is so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city has finally took its toll. It's been so long, but I'm finally home. And what better place to rest my weary bones but on this beautiful island where there's so much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. Do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's the song that's everlasting and there's
no end in sight.
Just the beginning of our lives. Sweet Grenada, this is home. Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada. anniversary. Yes, Grenada, oh, my spice country. To my people, let's celebrate in harmony. For our beautiful spice island, paradise to every child in this land. Come on, everyone, and sing with me. Proud Grenadians, that's who is we. Happy birthday. Proud to be Grenadians. Happy birthday. Full and resilient. Happy birthday to my spice island. Happy birthday. We celebrate as one to unify this island. Happy birthday from each and every one. Well, you see, as we're forging forward in the pursuit of moving onwards, are overcoming every single adversity with grace and true integrity, safeguarding our livelihood, protecting our future for the greater good. As we grapple through this COVID times, you have remained a model amongst the island. Celebrate what we have overcome, even if there's much to be done. Together we standing strong. Happy birthday. So there are challenges, yet you won't give up still. Happy birthday. The spirit of true Grenadians. We acknowledge Eric Matthew Gary, who brought independence to this spicy lady, who have remained ever triumphant, even if the odds showed she can. She has always been a champion through hurricane and revolution, exploitation and political games. Grenada, yet you prevail. No matter the obstacles, to us you have remained good. There is no fear. Routine and productive, our bright future we perceive. Mother Grenada, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to Grenada. 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 Thank you.
We're pretty much at the limit of borrowing. And the little people in Grenada refuse to meet it. That's what it is. They didn't.
St. Mary's RC as a teacher.
He was a controversial personality, but he was the nicest human being you could have ever met. Most people who said negative things about him did not know him. Once you got close to Eric Gary, you couldn't help but I admire and love him. He's a good Christian man from a good Christian background, and he had a passion to develop black and poor people. A very powerful passion. I know him so well because from a child, because my father was his teacher. He went to my father's school. He's the first fellow that brought me to a little dance. I know his whole background, and my relationship with him was different in Grenada to everybody else. People believe we were political friends, but we were real friends. He was a nice man.
So Eric fathered two girls, Marcella and Jennifer, who were my schoolmates. And at the time I lived in Independence Avenue, which is just behind Mount Royal, the then residence of the Prime Minister of Grenada. It still is, but I believe Ivan has done some damage to it. And just by virtue of going home with the girls in the evening, on the way to my house, I would stop by. We became friendly, we played tennis together, we were convent girls together. I sort of was a part of the household for quite a while, and vice versa. They were a part of my household for quite a while. And it was in those days that I became familiar. I wouldn't say friendly, because in those days parents were parents. You know, you didn't have friendly relations with other people's parents, because too, they parented you. You know, they would scold you and so on. So I became acquainted with both himself and Mrs. Cynthia Gary more so than Sir Eric, because he was sort of a distant person in the family household. He was, of course, he was always busy, and the few times he was at home, he would be scolding or very severe, so we kept our distance.
He left Grenada in 1943 to neighboring Trinidad, then to Aruba, and when he returned, he did not like the Grenada he saw.
Constitutional changes, I must say. He came back from Aruba and he saw inroads for what you call trade union inroads, because they were taking advantage on the working people. It was after the spoils of war, and there were a lot of big profits in the estates, and they were not sharing it with the little people. W.E. Julian, who I think was a wonderful Grenadian, told the big boys of this country that they made Eric Gary who he was because they refused to share the spoils of war, because there were big profits and whatnot, but they wanted to pay the little people almost nothing. Those days it was a plantocracy, and all the estates in Grenada, it was not like today, were owned by white or semi-white people, and they had no respect for the local, especially rural blacks.
So, did Sir Eric work on any of these plantations?
No, but his father worked. He got out of here early and went to Trinidad. And from Trinidad he went to Aruba. So he didn't work, but he collected pay for his father, and he had to stand up like a little boy. And this is one of the things that annoyed him, because the person that his father used to work for, they would wait all late Saturday night to pay them. And Eric would be standing out there as a little boy. And he never forgot that. He never forgot the injustices that were done to his father and nearly everybody. In Grenada, in those days, the plantocracy, there must have been about 25 estates all over the country. And all of them, because Grenada wasn't as developed as it was. They didn't have all these businesses in St. George's. Everything was agriculture. Everything was the estate. And if even a fellow went to secondary school and he didn't go to England and get a profession, he had to look to the estate for a little job. You know, a junior overseer. Some people had to go in the field. That's where all the labor was. And they knew that the people didn't have an alternative. So they took a lot of advantage on the people. And Gary will always, no matter what they say down there, he will always be a Grenada hero to certain people. I'm one of them. Not that I benefited so much, but I grew up in a background where I saw what was happening. And you cannot have enough praise for Eric Matthew Gary. Gary came here, and when he got around the estates, and when he saw that the conditions he left here were worse than when he came back, he decided that he would organize his union. And all the trouble in Grenada started because he asked them for bargaining status and for better conditions for the workers. But they felt
he asked the governor or he asked
the
people who own
Planters
the
Association, the big
Okay.
boys in the Planters Association.
Mm-hmm.
The planters, white planters. And I want you to emphasize that. It's not, you see, when we say that, people will think, like my friend his age, they'll be thinking about conditions today, but it wasn't a different thing. These guys, all English expatriates, and they owned estates all over the place. So he asked them for better conditions. They refused to meet him. That's what they argued. They didn't want to meet him. And we had a acting governor called George Green from Guyana. He suffered from a terrible complex because he wasn't white either. And these guys had them in their palms. So they never wanted to have even a little meeting with the little black boy, as they call him, from the country. And this thing fermented, and people got crazy. And then he decided, well, if we can't get anywhere, we're gonna have to strike. You know, as a matter of fact, there's a talk in Grenada, or Gary Sky Red. I would like to stand anywhere in this room. What this Sky Red talk came. Gary had a meeting in the market square. And he told the crowd, he was not talking to the crowd, he was talking to George Conrad Green, who was governor, acting governor. And he said that he had some fellas in Belmont who said that they were the diving lizards. And they made 2 attempts. Those days, Shell had some, what you call, stations just outside the treasury, storage tanks. And he told them it was a lie. He told them on 3 attempts, these guys who call themselves the diving lizard say they got crossing into the tank. And in the event they don't meet him, he'll have to release them. And when they blow up that tank, the sky will be red.
Oh.
You know, but Grenadians, they hide all these things from you. And as a result, they use that against him all his life. But it was a technique to see if he could have frightened Green, and it succeeded because shortly after that they met. But he got nowhere with them. It was until the strike, and then they shot down people in St. David's and do all sorts of damn things. And then the real governor, who was Sir Robert Arundel, he was in England. When he came back, they organized things, and in a couple of minutes everything was fixed. As a matter of fact, if they had given him consideration, we wouldn't have been talking about him today, because it would have been a simple ABC matter.
1951 was a special time in the history of Grenada. I say a special time because it was in 1951 we had a general strike where mainly the laborers on the estates down to tools and decided to withdraw their labor because they were working for such low wages. And Eric Matthew Gary was the head of that union. He had a union. And the party came after the union.
He had staff go to them too. And they all cooperated. Because the people were, as it were, ready. Because they suffered so much, they were ready to go. The whole thing was very fertile for strife. And they were ready. And before he said the word, they were ready to go.
Okay. So, what happened during the strike?
Well, what happened, it's strange, you know. As bad as our people are, as they say, they respect upper class people. And the little people in Grenada, they only hurt themselves. There's not one big shop in Grenada who could say that they got hurt during the Gary period. But they shot down 6 people, killed them, and a lot of people were wounded in Grenada. Every one of them were little people who were connected, the humble Grenadians. the big boys, there's not any evidence of. So it was not the kind of brutal thing that they trying to tell the world. Because just we had problem in Trinidad, and they burned a police officer in Faizabad in Trinidad. We didn't even have that kind of damn thing in Grenada. It's some states, the states that were kind to them. Like I go call one man named Willie Branch. All in Moncton, the people were walking and they were very friendly with him and his family. The little people never hate big people in Grenada. They just wanted, what you call, just...
A fair day's pay for a fair day's
That's
work.
right, and proper recognition. And Gary got everything from them in an agreement. They had to surrender. It was unconditional surrender, the greatest victory that we ever saw in the Caribbean, right here with Eric Gary. They had to go down.
Well.
My grandfather worked like a mule on Stallmeyer estate, cutlass in and lifting them heavy grapefruit crate. My grandfather worked his life out for all them French Creoles, cutting cane, picking coffee and burning coals. But while my grandfather was perspiring, the wealthy French Creoles were gathering. Now their grandchildren living in luxury and making style on me and me 5 picnic. I want me grandfather back there. You hear what I say? They owe me grandfather back there. You call them where I'm born there. I want me grandfather back there. I want him Mr. Nive. They owe me grandfather back there. Pivotal guns and dilemma. O'Brien, Grant and O'Connor fill their bank books and build their empire from the sweat of me grandfather. Me grandfather worked like a horse. It was blood, sweat, tears and brute force. No house, no land, no bank book, no pension to leave for his grandchildren. I want me grandfather back there. They owe me grandfather back there. When we pour manger, I want him Mr. Nive. Me grandfather cut lacho and dance cocoa by Mr. Gibbs and Trisha. Me grandfather had to cut grass, feed and clean the horses and run errands for the wives of his white bosses. And while me granddad outside gardening, the wife inside the white woman kitchen, cooking, washing, starching, bleaching, ironing, and on she had a pin, piece of white linen. I want me grandfather back there. I want him Mr. Tadier. They owe me grandfather back there. I want me grandfather back there. Yo from west side of place. They owe me grandfather back there. Mr. Galton, Dina Brigger, Mr. Booth, Hawkins and Fletcher left their bank books for their son and daughter. Not a cent from me grandfather. Me grandfather worked like a horse. It was blood, sweat, tears and brute force. No house, no land, no bank book, no pension to leave for his grandchildren. I want me grandfather back there. They owe me grandfather back there. Si moi pas trouvé l'argent, moi que tué. manzanilla. To dry cobra, focused on the guns, different planter. Sometimes we would walk from Touch Road to Tortuga about 12 miles to pick orange for Mr. Adrian Devotile. When William Gordon founded Gordon Grant, the grandma mixed cement to build that plant and towed dry goods in Crockers back by the tons. For the Operas and Sons and Ephraim Allstons, I want my grandfather back there. They owe me grandfather back there. All them French Creoles, I want me grandfather back there. They owe me grandfather back there. Allstons work him till he get old. Grandpa take so much hot and cold. In the night if you hear the old man groan, arthritis dry up all the bone. No medicine, no doctor fee. The society card empty. He bury in Lavanti Cemetery unceremoniously. I want me grandfather back there. War declare today, they owe me grandfather back there. À présent c'est les pour moi parler. War declare today. Ngozi must manje.
All right, that was the mighty Chalk Dust, yes. On I want my grandfather's back pay. You know, just before we close off in the next 15 minutes or so, this show was brought to you by Cookies Pastry Delight in the tongue of Grenville. Again, you have a Cali's touch to it. Yes, with another, you know, one of the things about this whole operation, I think Delbert and Hudson might more know of the Cali's Bakery, how we used to supply almost the whole of St. Andrews with bread. And a generation of us have just died out. Everybody migrated, the bakery just gone, and everybody has popped up bakery all over the place, and there's no Cali's Bakery happening. Well, my brother married to a Trinidadian who had a dream just like to carry on a bakery, and she's a very good cook and baker as well. So they have joined forces together to re-establish now. So I'm the promotional person, marketing agent for the operation out here. So I'm promoting the business, marketing that. To this show tonight was brought to you by Cookies Pastry Delight. It's a church of a Calice. And we are operating in the tongue of Grenville, where Big Ben used to have his bakery as well. So that's where we're operating from. It's getting good reviews so far from people who went in and taste especially the current roll. I heard that is a big thing that's going on in that establishment there. So Michael George, when you visit Grenville, you know, just go and say, look, you know, I'm a Gemfm fan, and I want to taste the product, you know, that is spoken of on Gemfm. To those of you in Grenada tonight, I will encourage you to go there and support that venture. Yes, right in the corner of Ben Jones Street, right there in Grenville, St. Andrews, Rainbow City. So go and get a taste of Rainbow City, the fresh cookie pastry delight. Yes, as for Crystal or Leonard, Joseph Calice, that is where the operation is, right there. So you can't miss it. All right. So that was, and then we have another sister who is also doing her thing, barbecuing chicken. That's Afro's Chicken. And Simon's next to the old racetrack. And some people ask me, there's Simon and there's Simon. Hudson George went to school in Simon.
No.
Simon in Simon.
I never school in Simon.
You didn't go to SAS, but you didn't go to Simon?
No.
All right. So that was, you didn't go to SAS, you didn't go to Simon. But the Simon is the name of the pavilion. Simon is the village. So people get mixed up, right? So Simon is in Simon, yeah? And so she's operating close to that in Simon, the old racetrack there. She barbecue every Wednesday night and Friday night. She have this barbecue rabbit. Delbert need to tease her when you go to Grenada. And the barbecue pork and chicken happening right up in Simon. All right? So this is the two pieces. And don't forget again to check out Becky Good here out there in New York. She doing the Spice Isle flavors as well. She does that very good too. So check out those sponsors and tell me hold on Gemfm. Well, Chuck does say he wants his grandfather's back pay. And that will look like a spin now on that. I'll go to Michael first. As it relates to our grandparents, full parents working the plantation, and as well described in that song what they have done to build the white dilemmas and all those people, plans and so on. We have not been compensated equally here, however, for that. How do we as a people get compensated for work without pay? What step government should take, or organization to take, to get some kind of reparation for the service that was provided? How do we get that, Mr. Michael George, Pastor George?
You're really asking some questions that is far in the back of the minds of people that we deal with. I understand where you're getting from. This guy in Jamaica, culture, Joseph Hill, he died now.
Yes.
He says the same thing. Yes. He says, when will this payday be?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Even though I am a retired person right now, you know, and the fact is, when you think of what you're going home with as a retired person, you know, the truth is, if you didn't have to work, like, you know, this, as they saying, you don't eat. But the problems we have is never with location of a place. It is never what is in the place, whether you have a lot of gold or you have a lot of nutmeg. But these are not problems. The problems are always with people. And unless people realize that each one is the same, we have the same red blood going through our veins. We walk on the same ground, on the same street, and all that. We may put on probably better shoes than others, but we walk on the same street. We drink the same water, so to speak, and all this. Unless we get to realize, look, it doesn't matter that if I am prime minister or if I am just lay worker. All of us are human beings, and we ought to be treated the way human beings should. But because we have this egoistic, we have this proud thing. Some are convestors, some are tricksters, and we have all these kind of people in our world. That is one of the reasons why we would not see certain things move forward. Things would probably move forward naturally because of certain resources that are wrong, and that will be taken advantage of. Grenada is a small place, and therefore we have to understand that if our resources are not managed properly, then we will have problems with some people. And so for me, the fact is this, that we have to understand that whatever is placed in our hands must be managed properly and without a self-centered spirit. That is what is going to make a lot of changes in our country and cause more people to be able to have a sense of purpose and meaning in living. And I'm just talking about the natural man under the sun, right? So I think that's one of the reasons why we must understand that each and every one of us need to enjoy the same benefit in wherever we live, because we cannot live without one another.
All right. Thank you. So I have this other part of question, Delbert. And before, let me ask this question, a blanket question. Should independence, the request for independence, should have covered reparation? Hudson and Delbert. Delbert first, go ahead.
I don't know that Grenada would have been in a position in that time to demand that. but they certainly could have made a case for it. The reality is that reparation is going to be a huge thing. And do Black people deserve it? Absolutely. We are owed it. But it cannot just be a regional initiative. First, there's been, a movement in the US for it. It's disjointed from other movements around the world. It cannot work that way. Right. It has to be a highly coordinated effort among us in the region, those in South America, and certainly our brothers and sisters on the African continent. And unless we can come together as one sort of global negotiating bloc to demand the billions, trillions of dollars that the Western economy stole from us, we're not going to do it. And it's going to be a near to impossible task, because what they're going to do, and have done so brilliantly over the years, is to divide us along along cultural lines, to divide us around language, to divide us around geography, and not recognizing that we are all in this struggle together. So it is a cause worth fighting for, but we don't have the person leading the case in the Caribbean still calls himself so something, whatever, Beckles, right? He's anti-colonial, claims that he is, but he's wallowing in the knighthood from things. So if he just this is a distinguished guy, well-learned guy. If he just called himself Professor Beckles, he would get a lot more respect from a lot of people. Than adding that title, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Abandon the thing, man. Abandon. Give it up.
All right. Okay. So Hudson Judge, let me go to Hudson Judge. Do you think independence should have demanded in greater politics, greater request for independence should have include reparation for Grenada for what has been done?
Well, my intake on reparation, to me, 15, 20 years ago, I will say Black people had a chance of getting reparations, but I don't even bother with that. Because more you live, more you learn. Slavery of African people, we end up slaves in the West, in the Americas, the Caribbean. The Arabs enslaved more Black people than even the European, and they killed more.
The question I'm asking again is, in the context of Grenada, should Grenada include that in the request for independence?
No, you can't by yourself.
Okay.
As Delbert said. Yeah. And secondly, we have to learn.
Okay.
Haile Selassie was enslaving Black people until after the Second World War, and the British told him, stop slave Black people.
All right.
King Melinet was selling Black people to the Boers in South Africa.
Okay, that would be another subject for discussion, Black History Month. Hold on. That would be for Black History Month discussion. We're talking about Grenada politics and what we should have done.
Grenada politics, okay.
No. We'll just ask the question based on independence of Grenada. Should they have asked for reparation for the Grenadian people, Black people?
Well, the only thing Gary should have asked the British for was to take all the land owned by these white people. As part of it. And before I go, I would say
I agree with that.
Unfortunately, in Grenada, in all the Black Caribbean islands, what we call where the Black people live. It so happened that in Grenada, Gary, a lot of people are jealous Gary. I don't say Gary was a good person, totally. He had his flaws, but Gary had faced a lot of jealous people. The brown people didn't like him. The white people didn't like him. And some Black conservative bourgeoisie didn't like him too.
must
And
have been
perhaps
doing
that
something
scared him off to become a little bit rough. Then, as I get older, starting to think so. Even the guys who lead the Grenada Revolution, they come from the mulatto class who didn't like Gary. So they were socialists in one way, but they had the hidden thing against Gary too. I'm plain, you know, at my age now. But I'm not saying Gary was totally good, but I respect Gary as a black person. Because I'm telling you something. When the NDC rebranded itself and they are the rebel guys, I end up in a little discussion with two guys, and they tell me Kit Mitchell was too black. And I say, no, I black too. He just shorter than me. And I said, Kit Mitchell is just shorter than me.
I heard that argument and I was floored by it. I was like,
what are they talking
about?
Hold on.
You know what they do? They call all in Grenada and they say, I say no brown person shouldn't rule Grenada. But I wasn't so excited. They say Kit Mitchell was too black. And I said, no, I was born a black guy too. The only thing I'm taller than Kit Mitchell. Oh, Hudson don't like brown people. You spread my name all about. Oh, I said no brown.
I heard that argument too. I heard that argument.
Oh, no brown people shouldn't rule Grenada.
What?
Because I say Kit Mitchell is a black man. When they put him down, I say I black too. And Grenada is a black country.
Believe me, that argument was made. I heard that argument too.
Really?
And as I get older, I give Gary a little bit more respect, but I'm not saying he was totally good. Because I know what it is to be black.
Wow.
So
well, let's hope let's hope that statement do not resonate among the new executive.
For example, you know I'm a plain speaker. I just hear this guy, Alan Bezinski, on GBN, laughing at how Grenadians speak, how we speak Creole.
Okay, hold on.
That guy,
Hudson, hold on.
He didn't grow up like me.
Hudson, hold on. You see that conversation right there? We have 15 minutes. Yes? I heard you say that on one occasion. I want to give you 5 minutes out of the 15 minutes to talk about that, because this is something that have been said. I heard it not only from you, I heard it from another person making that claim against the business.
Call him Godfrey pushing that fight on GBN.
So I give you 5 minutes to talk about that. 5 minutes.
Okay. A man as Alan Brzezinski. His father ran away from Poland during the Second World War. Come to Grenada. He's a doctor. Married to a local Grenadian who maybe was black. But he doesn't know how we grew up. We grew up with grandparents and with granduncles and with grandaunt and with neighbors was speaking patois, French Creole patois. So this is the language we grow in. So who the hell is he to say how Grenadian speaking? He's not even he's Grenadian, but he's not what you call the real nitty-gritty Grenadian from the 400 years of slavery in Grenada. And I just hear, he does be on show with Godfrey. Godfrey come from Tivoli, a working class area. And I heard Godfrey talking about how people speaking. A lady with a St. George's accent had to call Godfrey and tell him, don't you know you have a rural accent too? And the lady tell Godfrey, she does listen to radio station in Dominica and St. Lucia to enjoy how the people speak, which is similar to Grenada. And she asked him if he's crazy.
Yeah.
Because he is a friend of Alan Brzezinski. Alan Brzezinski didn't grow up in Tivoli. He didn't grow up in Chantimel. He didn't grow up in Hermitage. He doesn't know how me and you dealt with the other brother there, George. You don't know how we grow. You understand?
Yeah. But Hudson, if his name wasn't Bezinski, he wouldn't even be on GBN, because he doesn't really he doesn't have there's nothing groundbreaking coming from him.
The guy doesn't know how we live in Grenada. He doesn't even know. Maybe he never even mingle. So you see?
You know, Margaret just make a point there. Just look at it. She said, brothers and sisters, I said it, and I know she was talking about something, but it just resonates deeper in me that reparation must not only for West Indian people, for African people on the continent as well.
Okay, I did say that.
Yes.
I don't think we are nothing to get.
Yeah. We don't get nothing. Seriously.
No, we don't have
We don't get.
We could get it, Hudson, if we unite as a bloc.
But we don't do it. We're not doing it. However,
when I see Mandela falling still, Mandela.
Don't even go to Mandela talk.
After the Mandela era,
Black History Month. Hold on. Black History Month, we'll talk about Mandela because I have a lot to think about Mandela. I have a lot to say about Mandela and Black History Month. We have to do a program on Black History Month coming up, and we have to do some talk about the transformation of Mandela. Yeah? Yeah, we have transformation of him. And
Mandela was a zombie.
But John, just let me take.
Yes. Go ahead.
Just mention that one of the things that we find the fact is that people who could probably walk in the area to get certain things done is just stooping for bribery for something that makes it difficult for those who are not able to do that to get it. Because you find a lot of people start off well in Grenada to move it forward, but it never end well.
Wow.
And that is a big issue. Not ending well, somewhere along the line, getting picketed, being trapped by something else, and therefore their interests change.
Right.
And while we respect people's beginning, we have to understand that.
Right. Doesn't just Grenada always struggle with colorism or color. Yeah, I always have that problem. And
that's not very evident in today, though.
No, not today, but earlier on.
No, it did.
I saw a lot of stuff happen with even within school, even within. I see something happen, and I probably make mention of it already on this show and others. I had an uncle who have 4 children, yeah, and there are 4 boys, 2 highly colored, one like the mother, and 2 darker hue one as the father, yeah. I noticed that the 2 lighter skin was getting preferential treatment.
Of course.
By my grandmother, right?
Yeah.
Margaret is saying, and not in the African part. If we want to talk about slavery in the totality, we have to acknowledge the role of the African played in the slave trade. It is one of those uncomfortable conversations that must be had. They were not all innocent bystanders. And Margaret, we have to have that conversation on Gemfm for Black History Month. Yes, we have to have that conversation. Margaret is correct. Quite oftentimes,
yes,
Africans, I meet some of them, and they call us slave children. Yeah, you know that? Yes, they call us slave children.
Well, we are slave children.
Hold on. But
no, I'm not no slave children, man. I'm the son of kings and queens, man.
Hold on. When we was in Africa, we wasn't slave there. We were bought and sold. Yeah? But what the point I'm trying to make is that when they call us so, they don't call us as an uplifting thing. It's a degrading stuff. Yeah? That we are less than them. That's the point they're trying to make. Yeah?
We are children of slaves.
Not
whether you like it or not.
No, you could take that title.
We are children of slaves.
I am not listen, my ancestors were not slaves. My ancestors were engineers and doctors and all kinds of professions.
They were enslaved. They were enslaved.
We are children. We are children of enslaved people.
Yeah, well, that's what colonialism brainwashing has done to you guys.
No.
I'm not no product of slave. My ancestors were kings and queens, engineers and doctors and mathematicians and everything. I ain't no product of no slave. I'm a product of my ancestors.
Right. I agree that, but the thing there was like I think Sparrow have a song called Slave, right? They was captured and brought and mixed live in the West Indies. That's what he said in the song. However, we have 6 minutes left. 6 minutes to go before we end the show. In terms of, I can't go without hitting this one. I have two pieces of song to play, and I would play this one. Not play the rap, so kind of thing. We know Hudson already. He's a very controversial fella, and you know people talk about controversial and stuff like that.
I don't controversial. Play.
Hudson, hush. I'm talking. Hold on. You in the class? I'll put you in the class in. All right. Listen. Everybody, I know Pastor George, Michael George. You haven't heard this from Hudson yet. I think Delbert probably heard it before. Mark probably heard this piece. But I like this piece. It's another piece of Hudson work I like. This one. Piece of rap, so. What is this?
Everybody looking for something. Yes. Everybody looking for something. Man looking for woman. Woman looking for man. Opposition in parliament moving a motion to bring down the government. For the sons and daughters. Everybody looking for something. Students doing exam to get a grade. Professors correcting the exam to give a grade. Everybody looking for something. Judge looking to sentence criminals. Criminal lawyers looking to set criminals free. Everybody looking for something. Oil companies looking to find oil. Multi-corporations looking to exploit the oil. Everybody looking for something. Yes. Man looking for woman. Woman looking for man. Everybody looking for something. Religious leaders looking to convert sinners. Sinners looking to get rid of the sins. Everybody looking for something. Prison officers looking to get prisoners. Prisoners looking to get away and be free. Everybody looking for something. Yes, they're looking. Everybody looking for something. Yes. Everybody looking for something. The unemployed looking to be employed. Employers looking to exploit employees. Everybody looking for something. Man looking for woman and woman looking for man. Yes, they're looking. Yes, they're looking for something. Yes, they're looking. They're looking up, they're looking down. They're looking north, they're looking south. Everybody looking for something.
Everybody looking for something. Hudson, what are you looking for, Hudson?
Looking for life, for wisdom, understanding.
You're looking for Victoria? Looking for a girlfriend from Victoria?
Pastor George supposed to take down white Jesus on the altar, and we go get reparation.
Why are you attacking Pastor George for?
Yeah. I have already taken down.
White Jesus.
Hold on. I've already taken down white Jesus because there was no white Jesus on that topic.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. One guy asked me what's the color of Jesus. I tell him blood. And he said, what do you mean? I said, check every person. It's only red blood that flowing through the vein.
Well, they say blood don't
your
red
skin black is red blood. So the whole idea is that I don't believe in a white Jesus. I don't believe in a black. I don't believe in a yellow. I believe in Jesus Christ, the God, the only true and living God, Jesus Christ.
All right. There you got it.
He's not white, black, yellow.
You get your answer.
All right. So
no,
yeah. But everybody looking for something. But some people have found what they're looking for, and some are still looking.
Okay. And some still looking. All right. We're looking for a better economy.
Well, I'm still looking.
And Hudson, before the year ends, Hudson to get a wife, eh? Yeah, get Hudson a wife.
Right now, I can't marry. COVID killing everybody now, so I ain't getting married. If I'm married now, my immune system going to get weak. Too much stress. I have to keep it up. COVID taking married men. You don't taking bachelors.
I didn't know that was the secret to surviving.
I know.
Step bachelor. When COVID gone, get married. As long as you have COVID, don't get married.
Johnny, look as though we in trouble. John. We in trouble. We in trouble because we married.
Because all you almost stress.
Me, I'm stress free, brother. You know, I've said that here before, and on Tuesday nights we have this marriage counseling show, and I said plain that I have no problem with my marriage, and today my daughter and I was driving across, so I asked her, I said, Genesis, people think that when I say that on the show, people believe that me and your mom have problems in our marriage. She said, what are you talking about? Because I tell Genesis, people, what is requested of us to live peacefully with our wives? Yeah, it's knowledge. Yes? Knowledge about the person. And he said to the man, the husband, deal with the wife as Christ, love your wife as Christ, love the church, and give yourself for it. Present it without spot, without wrinkle, without blemish. Willing to be of service to your wife, to be that person. Not this whole matter thing of the man being the head of the household, want to run things and everything, want to be in charge and do everything. This is the problem. So if we be of service to our wives, if we live with them according to knowledge, respect them for who they are, be of service to them, our life will be stress-free. I'm telling you, Hudson, don't try to be the boss. You're going to lose.
In North America, no man is a boss.
You can't, but that's the problem we're trying to be.
Well, you're not supposed to be.
You're not supposed to be the boss.
Well,
when it comes to marriage, you have one boss.
According to the laws of the biological makeup of male and female, women always look up to men. Don't let nobody fool you.
They look up to, but what I'm saying,
but then again, too,
overpower them.
Do you know that a bachelor man have a higher testosterone than a married man?
All I know, they said.
No. When I'm joking, I'm joking.
Yeah, but
a bachelor man
have more testosterone.
No.
Why is that so?
His testosterone is higher.
Why?
Because he is not committed to You see, like you say, you're happily you are.
Yeah,
a bachelor man has a higher testosterone level because he live a bachelor life. Science prove it.
How does science prove that?
Because
he live a bachelor life.
Because the reason why woman send out a thing called feeling, help me tell, but you know the biological.
You on your own.
As the ladies on the program.
Hudson, my significant other is listening. I ain't going.
But because they send it out. Yeah, they
send out pheromones.
Pheromones, right? And the male partner, when he going to observe it, and then he bond to it. he going to bond to that woman with it. But the bachelor guy, he hasn't been bond. So his testosterone is a little bit more crazy.
All right. Well, guys.
Biologists.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Anyway.
Okay.
I'm staying clear of that one. I might end up in trouble.
But you know the science behind that. You know the science. You heard it before.
You can't argue science in the bedroom, you know. It don't work.
No. It's just a science. It's proven.
Okay. Well, I am. Hold on.
Anyway, as we going, the only way for Grenada is for people to stop arguing with one another.
All right.
Look for the best. If you want to make Grenada go forward, and stop comparing Grenada with other Grenadians, and don't put down Grenada. Because Grenada is not in a bad state as what people say.
All right.
We need better. We need a better democracy. One party has too much power. But we have to stop arguing and put the good pieces together to build a better country.
But the reality is that democracy has failed us. That's why I don't believe in it.
Well, I won't say democracy failed us. We fail ourselves.
Democracy has failed us.
Hold on. Before we're going around the table, I want to drop in there. If the nothing wrong with banking system, when the bank go bankrupt, not the bank that business, the managers of the bank. So the gatekeepers are responsible. Not democracy by itself, it's the gatekeepers of democracy.
Well, you can make that argument, but the reality is that it has failed us. Yeah. Whether you look for gatekeepers,
the managers have failed us.
I'm a believer in meritocracy.
The managers have failed us. And
I believe in meritocracy. I believe in meritocracy.
According to Chuck, does new chauffeur wanted.
I don't think our problem is new driver. I think we have to change our culture of reasoning.
New driver, Hudson. New drivers.
Our culture of reasoning have to change too.
But Hudson, the reality is that politics in the region has become more argumentative. The thing that you're talking about has become more argumentative because of the importation of American-style democracy in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Democracy or lifestyle? Which one?
Well, the lifestyle has a direct impact on the brand of democracy that we are practicing now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Pastor Michael George, any closing words?
I think he got disconnected.
Oh yeah.
No.
Is there?
Yeah.
Pastor Michael is gone. Okay. Well, folks, it has been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege being here tonight. Our next session will be looking at Black History Month and the Black makers of history. I'm tired.
Tired with Black History Month.
Hold on. I'm tired with Black History Month. Centered around two people only. Malcolm X, Martin Luther. Time will change change the and there's other black people who make history.
Malcolm X era of politics has gone.
That's my point, Hudson.
I don't think so, Hudson. I don't think so.
Hold on. What my point is that
Malcolm is more relevant today than ever before.
When I say that, I don't mean everything is not relevant, right? But Malcolm was a searching, genuine radical. Searching. But when you look at the struggle of black people, Malcolm could have said the European exploitation of African people, but he didn't see the Arab side. He didn't reach that level.
He was going to.
I agree with that, but remember, I think one of the great things about Malcolm, he was a person constantly evolving, right?
Yes,
because he was a different kind of radical before he went to Mecca.
Yes.
After he came from Mecca, his views moderated on a lot of things, and he expanded to include a lot more people in the struggle for social justice than he had previously. Had he lived, I think that he would have gotten to that point. But listen, make no mistake about it. Malcolm was not assassinated by Malcolm was assassinated by the U.S. government.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. Number 8. And number 8 was the man. Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's 10 minutes past 12 o'clock. Past my bedtime.
Well, maybe.
And hold on. And 10 minutes past the beginning of the rest of my life and all that. Yeah? So let us make good on the next 24 hours. Yes? Got 24 hours cycle. Let's make good of it on it. And let's continue to love each other and be in a good cheer and good faith and good love and knowledge and understanding of each other. And
we could argue the facts. Well, we can argue. We can argue. We just don't have to be disagreeable about it. You know?
I don't mind nobody. But I just feel.
But the thing, for me, like I say, my argument with so-called independence is that, and Hudson knows that, Sotez is worse off 48 years after. Victoria is worse off 48 years after. Grenville is worse off 48 years after. St. David's has gone technically nowhere in terms of developing a center of commerce. St. George's per se is basically the same. The South St. George area now has become sort of the new capital of Grenada. St. John's, Guave is worse off, you know. So what has independence really brought us? We still have no painkillers in the hospital. The clinics in the out parishes don't even have the physician desk manual or desk reference. None of them have one. Some of them don't even have basic internet. Some of them don't even have a fax machine. So what has independence brought us?
All right, we're going to search the facts and see what happens.
That could be a good topic to discuss.
Next time around. All right, we have a lot of days in the month. Still, a lot of Saturdays and Fridays to talk about that.
All right. Good night, gentlemen.
We're on the brains. All right. Happy birthday, Grenada.
Have a good evening. Have a great evening, guys.
Anyway, good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
All right. One love. Thank you, guys.
Check out everything big onion. All of them have the solution. How to run this and get the people out of this jam. You take a chance and give them the work. Not realizing they was making joke. After months you start knowing there's only old talk you was getting because Chip know, Jack know, Harry know how to run the show. Paul know, Mac know, till the country falling down low. Low, the country falling down low. The country breaking down. You will see how the whole place tumbling down and it's so much bright people in town. Low, the country falling down low. The country breaking down. You will see how them folks just tumbling down and so much wise people in town. get scholarship and they went away to come back young and help me, they say. So as they reach, they make we know they qualified to run the show. We tell ourselves they have plenty sense. In them we put we confidence. After much we get to realize was only world in front we eyes. Jim know, Maggie know, Paul know how to run the show. Roy know, George knows till the country falling down low. Low, the country falling down. Low, the country breaking down. You will see how the country falling down. And so much bright people in town. Low, the country falling down. Low, the country breaking down. You will see how the gold plate tumbling down. And so much bright people in town.
Yes, this show is brought to you by Cookies Pastry Delight and Afro's Chicken. Yes, in Greater, right there. Simmons and La Bay.
Some don't care if they win or lose. Everybody want to be boss. One wants to take order. Everybody want to be leader. All man want top position to satisfy their own ambition. Not knowing in this world today, everybody have their part to play. Flo no, Mary no, Harry know how to run the show. Pat no, Kerry no, still the country falling down low. Low, the country falling down. Low, the whole place breaking down. You will see how the country falling down. And so much bright people in town. Low, the country breaking down. Low, the phones just tumbling down. You want to see how the place just tumbling down. And it's so much bright people in town. Low. If one really want to get through, one must know what one can do. Do what you have to do, I say, and leave the rest for someone to play. Don't go off on no ego trip. That would only rock the ship. And if you listen to what I say, tomorrow would be a better day. Lal no, Raj no, Harry know how to run the show. Ming no, Ling no, still the country falling down low. Low, the country falling down low. The whole place breaking down. You see how the country falling down. And so much bright people in town. Low, the country falling down low. The whole place breaking down. You see how the phones just tumbling down. And there's so much bright people in town. With them. You will see how the country falling down. And there's so much
mathematician in town. We got a mathematician in town. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, don't forget to support Cookies Pastry Delight. And also we have the Afro's Chicken out there in Simone. Right? Go check it out. Go check out Afro's Chicken in Simone's, next to the old pavilion there. Chicken, that's Wednesdays and Fridays. Pork, chicken, and rabbit barbecued. Yes, you get up there. And also, don't forget, right at the Ben Jones Street there in Grenville, La Bay, is Cookies Pastry Delight. The number to call is 444-6782 and 457-8306 is the number to call to get and place your order. Yeah, so pick up and go, drop in and get the other goodies you can get there. Let them know you're on Gemfm. All right. So, Yvonne, good night. Sherry, big sister, Doris Morin, Deslyn Johnson, Oliver Williams, good night, cuz. Margaret Francis, my good friend, right here. And we have Doris Morin, our Listener of the Year award went to Doris this year. The one who listened to Gemfm the most, shared Gemfm the most, and always on every show. Doris Morin Charles. Yes? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Gemfm, and I'm gonna tell you, I gotta get out of here. I just want to play two songs and hit the road like Jack. Black Wizard. My apologies, that's the recording on that one wasn't very good, so change that. Cultural heritage.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
To you, dear folks, I'm appealing. It's time we do some stock taking. Outside values we are pushing, while ours deteriorating. It looks as though we are ashamed of our roots or from where we came. Foreign culture ranks way above, and our own we are not proud of. Oh yes, for in Hilton Hotel and Queen's Park, you can't get Seamoss no more be back. New York have so much hamburger, yet they serve tourists the same thing here, making our dishes look inferior. No Buljalda, no Coachella, Hilton, I accuse you of painting a false image. Serve local porridge for your degrading our cultural heritage. Search your conscience, everybody, and see whether you are guilty. Like those who pay culture lip service, and they go outside to the service. Imagine our music festival have no calypso, what a shame, pal. And why isn't there a steel band in each and every institution? Oh yes, some sponsor steel bands only to advertise their company. The national drink is still whiskey, while they brand rum and rum shops nasty. Christmas is still apples and grapes, while our fruits taking second place. If you know you're guilty of these wrongs, well I charge you, change your image, for you're degrading our cultural heritage. When they close our own Woodford Square, or teach about Sir Francis Drake, putting whiskey in front of we bed. All these things debase our culture. Some still laugh at the Indian man when he sings kaiso or beat pan. Some still turn off our radio when they hear an Indian song or so. Oh yes, record producers must now start producing more of our local art. Why should our radio stations give us half our local programs? They must play our music all day and give soul the half hour, I say. You two radio stations abusing your privilege, that's the message. You're degrading our cultural heritage.
This is Caribbean.
Government-owned television hardly viewing low local programs. Some prefer the damn cinema to a local panya theater, to write our own local English. Some still calling it rubbish, and teachers still ring children's ear. They from them a local slang, yeah. Oh yes. Instead of encouraging sobers, some hate him and love Indian cricketers. And at the so-called better village show, people laugh at Baptist and Shango. All these acts, you must agree, rapes our cultural dignity. In 1973, I call on everybody to change that image, for you're degrading our cultural heritage. Am I wrong?
In this dead country,